Chapter 1025. As the southern exalt Zhuangshen and the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan moved, the eastern exalt Daoist One Heaven and the northeastern exalt Lu Xinggu moved as well. Lu Xinggu raised his hand, and thousands of lightning bolts condensed into a dark green spear in his palm. He swung his spear and thrust it forward. The entire sky above the Royal Reed Sea was currently covered densely with dark clouds as thunderbolts roiled. The thunderclouds even extended outside of the Royal Reed Sea. Numerous snakes of lightning snaked about amidst the dark clouds, rapidly traversing the area as they congregated in the air above the spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea from all directions. Then, an endless number of lightning snakes descended at the same time, wrapping around the spear in Lu Xinggu's hand. In the next moment, a thunderclap rang out. Violent lightning bolts pierced through the heavens and earth, condensing into a line that completely split the void in front of Lu Xinggu. How stable was the spacetime of the world beyond worlds? How could worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world compare to it? However, Lu Xinggu's spear thrust still left a horrifying crack in the world. A gap and crevice vaguely appeared in the world beyond worlds at this moment. Even the 9th-level martial saint expert treasured branch suppressing peak Zhang Shuren, who was proficient in defense, would perish once struck by this spear even if he were to defend with all his might with the Wudong Phoenix perching formation. Be it the Phoenix or the Wudong, they would all be smashed to smithereens by the lightning. The Divine Firmament True Art was ferocious and violent. Lu Xinggu's Divine Firmament True King Spear was invincible. Daoist One Heaven stepped forward to block him. His palms formed a circle in the air, and as the 5 elements complemented each other, a giant vortex appeared. It was the 5 elements Samsara Wheel, a unique skill of the remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale. As this supreme martial art was executed by Daoist One Heaven, it was no different from when Yan Zhaoge had seen Xiang Yang and the others use it. At this time and place, everything in the world seemed to have been transformed into the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. As the vortex spun, it seemed as if there were layers upon layers of figures inside it. They seemed to be alive and dead at the same time, as if the world of the living and the world of the dead had overlapped. To transform all living things into the 5 elements, to transform life and death for the heavens. This was the 5 elements' will of life and death. The vortex caught Lu Xinggu's Divine Firmament True Monarch Spear, constantly dispelling its destructive power and killing intent, transforming it into vitality, thereby blocking that earth-shattering strike. Even though he was also a human exalt, he still needed to use gentleness to counter Lu Xinggu's attack. However, Daoist One Heaven did not intend to fight Lu Xinggu to the death. His target was Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, or rather, like Lian Zilan and Lang Qing, Xue Chuqing. While he couldn't personally attack Broad Creed Mountain now, blocking Lu Xinggu was already enough. After taking down Broad Creed Mountain, the things that he wanted would not be lacking. The East, Northeast, South, and Northwest Supremes attacked at the same time. The Western Exalt Lang Qing and the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia did not make any movements now. Lang Qing rode the wind and crossed the sea, standing quietly on the surface of the sea. It was like this had nothing to do with him and was just here to watch the show. He did not seem to be on the same side as Zhuangshen and the others. He had a smile on his face, but there was no humor in his eyes. Chao Jia was expressionless. Even though he was currently standing on Broad Creed Mountain, Zhuangshen and Lian Zilan's attacks also enveloping him within, Chao Jia still seemed as if he had not seen them at all. His gaze was fixated firmly on the surface of the sea down below, on the seemingly harmless Western Exalt Lang Qing. There was no other reason than that this was a human exalt who cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear Direct lineage. Distance virtually had no meaning whatsoever to Lang Qing. From a certain perspective, he was likely the fastest of all the experts present. Even Lu Xinggu, who was swift as flashing lightning, was inferior to Lang Qing in terms of pure speed. Indeed, seeing that Daoist One Heaven wanted to slowly wear him down, Lu Xinggu immediately snorted coldly, changing his stance. The greenish-black spear condensed of the light of thunder that was tough and violent instantly became as gentle as water. The most masculine existence between the heavens and the earth, thunderbolts, resembled flowing water at this moment. Lu Jinggu abruptly retracted his spear and retreated before his figure flickered, resembling lightning as he directly bypassed Daoist One Heaven. Now, however, the Western Exalt Lang Qing on the surface of the sea down below moved. Without the slightest delay, Lang Qing had already appeared before Lu Jinggu. It was as if the time he had used to move had been erased from everyone's minds as they had lost that fragment of time. Spatial distance seemed to not exist for the Western Exalt Lang Qing at this moment. Chao Jia, who had been paying close attention to Lang Qing, finally moved now as well. Condensed sword chi shot into the heavens splitting apart as a speck of starlight was exceptionally bright amidst the darkness of the universe. A majestic, immeasurable will descended, resembling a sovereign descending upon the heavens. The purple tenuity emperor star flickered above the sky as it was guided by Chao Jia's sword chi, bolstering his body. Chao Jia formed a sword seal, a streak of purple sword light piercing towards the Western Exalt Lang Qing. As compared to the heaven-shocking, earth-shaking might of the other exalts, this sword of Chao Jia's seemed very ordinary. Strangely, however, the purple sword light that seemed completely ordinary actually vaguely caught up to the Western Exalt Lang Qing, who was teleporting amidst space despite having been unleashed later. Beneath this sword, Chao Jia's entire aura was different as he resembled an emperor of the sword, his might domineering between the heavens and the earth as there was no one who did not obey him. Even the Western Exalt Lang Qing's mind was shaken when faced with this purple tenuity sword as he was hard-pressed to remain calm. He and Chao Jia were old foes as they were not strangers to each other. Seeing Chao Jia reveal his sharpness, Lang Qing's figure suddenly vanished from the spot once more, evading this supreme sword of Chao Jia's. But at the same time he disappeared, he appeared in another place. Behind Chao Jia. Space distorted within Lang Qing's empty hand, transforming into a formless, transparent saber which chopped towards Chao Jia. This was his true target. Just like how Lang Qing was familiar with Chao Jia was also well aware of Lang Qing's sharp methods. Up in the sky, the purple sword light suddenly expanded, forming a pillar of light which enveloped Chao Jia's entire body. Clang! Chao Jia pointed his sword backwards, not allowing any delay as he barely managed to block Lang Qing's universe spatial saber. Meanwhile, no longer having to worry about Lang Qing's threat, Lu Jinggu did not cease in his footsteps as he stabbed towards the southern Exalt Zhuangshen with his greenish-black spear. While he was not as fast as Lang Qing, he was still swift as thunderbolts pierced through space, instantly arriving before Zhuangshen. Beside him, the northwestern Exalt Lian Zilin was expressionless as she pressed down on the Red Sea towards Broad Creed Mountain with one hand while pointing towards Lu Jinggu's spear with the other. The two chis of yin and yang intermingled at her fingertip, shaking the heavens and the earth as the universe reversed. While that greenish-black spear formed of violent thunderbolts did not deviate from its target, in order to resist the influence of Lian Zilin's yin-yang finger, Lu Jinggu's movements instantly turned slightly sluggish. The reason why he had attacked Zhuangshen and not Lian Zilin was precisely because he knew that Lian Zilin cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture and did not fear being ganged up on. Still, Lian Zilin's cultivation base was profound as her finger from afar was still extraordinarily profound as she did not attack him. Obstructed by her like this, the southern Exalt held nothing back as he continued attacking towards Broad Creed Mountain. Because in this instant, Daoist One Heaven, who had been temporarily shaken off by Lu Jinggu earlier, had already caught up, punching towards Lu Jinggu's back. Chapter 1026. The mortal supremes used their own methods and fell into a chaotic battle. Everyone could face attacks from more than one opponent at any time. While the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia had blocked the western Exalt Lang Qing, the attack of the northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu had still been blocked by the northwestern Exalt Lian Zilin. With this slight delay, the eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven had already arrived behind him, punching out. Unlike Lu Jinggu's purple lightning, Daoist Tiandao's hand was currently surrounded by green lightning. The lineage of the remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale, which was also part of the southern extremity Longevity Emperor's lineage, also cultivated in lightning arts. The Longevity Martial Codex was all-encompassing. Aside from having a long life force, the cultivator could also use lightning to temper their body and obtain great power. Even though it was not as ferocious as the Grave Thunder Palace's Divine Firmament orthodox technique, the Clear Light Monastery's martial arts were also extremely sharp. This immortal capital lightning light fist was a secret killing technique recorded in the Longevity Martial Manual. Taoist One Heaven used the 5 elements Wheel of Life and Death to transform life energy into death energy, and then he used the immortal capital lightning fist. This was his full strength, his power unparalleled. Open! Lu Xinggu did not panic even though he had forced his way to his back. He exhaled and shouted loudly, his voice like a clap of thunder as it shook half of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The purple-crowned elder didn't dodge. Instead, golden lightning surged from his body. As soon as the golden lightning appeared, the flow of time in the surrounding void seemed to come to a standstill. Everything became eternal and unchanging. Everlasting, immortal and indestructible. Taoist One Heaven's immortal capital thunder light fist landed on the golden lightning. There was no world-shaking explosion, no chaotic airflow. That moment seemed to have frozen, turning into eternity. It was ranked 5th among the 9 heavenly thunder. Immortal eternal thunder. Eternity and instant, the 2 extremes of time. By comprehending the true meaning and profundities of eternity and instant, one would be able to see through the secrets of time. The 9 heavenly immortal thunders each had their own wondrous uses. Among them, the immortal eternal thunder and the instant divine thunder, which were ranked 5th and 6th respectively, could be combined to explain the true essence of creation and time. Lu Xinggu's fighting style was fierce and violent, and it consumed a lot of energy. Still, with the everlasting thunder, so long as he did not surpass a certain limit, the true essence and chi of this northeastern exalt was virtually limitless. This lightning technique was used to protect oneself, and its defensive power was even stronger. Lu Xinggu relied on the immortal eternal thunder to take on Taoist priest One Heaven's punch. His body swayed, and his purplish-red face instantly turned pale before returning to normal. Because of Lien Zulin, the opportunity had already been lost. Lu Xinggu was able to pick up and let it go. He simply ignored Zhuangshen and thrust his spear straight at Taoist One Heaven's chest. Taoist One Heaven's eyes flashed. Green lightning leaped in his eyes, and purple lightning suddenly surged in their depths. His strength suddenly increased by a notch. Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this eruption of power. It was an instant's thunder. Back when he had obtained the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor from Clear Light Locale disciple Xiang Yang, Yan Zhaoge had guessed that the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven was likely proficient in an instant's thunder as well. Now that he was using it, it was indeed extraordinary. He was a human immortal in the first place. Now that his power had suddenly blazed and erupted, the terrifying explosive power instantly caused him to be even mightier than the northeastern Exalt Lu Xinggu. He crossed his palms and slapped the greenish-black spear that was formed from lightning, directly breaking it and shattering it into streaks of lightning. As this spear shattered, the lightning it transformed into scattered into the surroundings. The surrounding heavens and earth were completely bathed in a torrential thunderstorm. Numerous thick pillars of lightning descended, mightily piercing through the sea's surface. Countless pillars of lightning densely covered the area, causing it to be completely transformed into a purgatory of thunder. At this moment, the region of sea where Broad Creed Mountain was located in the Spirit Inheritance region was even more threatening than the clear scenic region where endless magnetic storms rampaged. Martial practitioners who had yet to attain the immortal bridge realm would be blasted into smithereens in mere moments even if they were to enter this domain of thunder and lightning. After this eruption of power, having dispelled Lu Xinggu's divine Sky True King's spear, Taoist One Heaven's aura weakened slightly as well. Still, he inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his original momentum. Taoist One Heaven had already analyzed an instant's thunder for many years. With his high cultivation base and precise control over it, he could adjust the level of eruption of an instant's thunder as he wished, not having to completely incinerate all of his power in one go. Now, Lu Xinggu attacked once more, thunderbolts exploding consecutively with seemingly endless momentum. Taoist One Heaven's face was sunken as water as he changed his stance, once more using softness to overcome toughness as he stalled Lu Xinggu. Light and shadows shown as the Battle of the Exalts was witnessed by virtually everyone in the southern Blazing Heaven territory to the west and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory to the east. Countless martial practitioners sighed in amazement at this moment. Back then, the southern Exalt Zhuangshen had fought 1 against 4, simultaneously facing the southeastern Swords Mistress and the other 2 9th-level martial saints as well as Long Hanhua of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Even without using his true martial arts, he had still been able to deal with them with ease. Now, clashing with opponents of the same level, these human Exalt experts could only be considered to be truly displaying their abilities, displaying them in the most direct manner. Why was it said that the difference between the 9th and 10th levels of the martial saint realm was as great as the heavens and the earth? Still, there were disharmonious existences on this battlefield that challenged their common sense. What challenged everyone's preconceptions even more was that there was not just one such existence. Seeing that Lu Jinggu was entangled by Daoist One Heaven once more, Lian Zilin was just about to return her attention to Broad Creed Mountain before her. Now, however, a saber light lit up before her eyes. Wherever the saber light went, the creation seemed to change. A tyrannical, domineering, powerful saber intent that looked down on all beneath the heavens transformed into a heaven-splitting saber, chopping towards the Red Sea above Broad Creed Mountain, as well as the owner of the Red Sea. The ferocious and vast Scarlet Sea surged and pressed down, but it was actually split apart by the saber light. The blade light continued to rise, showing the process of the creation world from the creation of heaven and earth to the destruction of heaven and earth. It was not simply the creation of heaven and earth, nor was it simply the passing of creation into destruction. Instead, it was a complete process from beginning to end. Therefore, it was unstoppable. The change of creation, the trend of the times, it swept through and crushed everything. Even the Red Sea beneath the northwestern Exalt Lian Zilin's palm was split apart right down the middle at this moment, the seawater receding to the sides. At this moment, there was no one else who could have attacked. There was only Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yen Di. The mid-immortal bridge stage of the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm was clashing head-on with a human Exalt of the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm. A brilliant light erupted within the eyes of the Western Exalt Lian Zilin as she appeared unprecedentedly serious. She suddenly flipped her palm. Without any warning, a white radiance suddenly appeared in the Crimson Sea, condensing into a circle like the surface of a mirror. It was none other than the supreme martial art of the Red Sea, the bright red yin-yang change. A streak of white mirror light descended. While it seemed tiny, wherever it passed, all life force was severed. The baleful chi and killing intent within were even more ferocious than that of the Red Sea earlier. Also, its power was completely concentrated in a single line as it was directed straight at Yen Di alone. Yen Di was fearless as his saber did not waver or move as it hacked straight towards Lian Zilin. Chapter 1027. The Scarlet Sea lineage of the world beyond world's northwestern dim heaven territory was rumored to be the lineage of the Jade Clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning's disciple, Master Red Essence. Legend had it that Qi Jing Zi's Dao Hall, the Taihua Mountain's cloudy sky cave, had a treasure called the Yin-Yang Mirror. When this treasured mirror shone on a person's body, it could determine life and death. It had 2 sides, yin and yang. The yin side was white and the yang side was red. When the white side flashed, it would lead to death, and when the red side flashed, it would lead to life. In the legends of the investiture of the gods, he was famous. The Scarlet Sea's ultimate technique, the bright crimson yin-yang change, originated from this. Lian Zilin flipped her palm, and a white light appeared in the Red Sea. It condensed into a white yin mirror that was similar to the yin-yang mirror. Its lethality was unparalleled, and it could kill anyone it shone upon. It was no joke that the northwestern Exalt Lian Zilin was ranked amongst the top of the 10 Exalts in the number of people she had slain. Of the other 5 Exalts of the same cultivation level as Lian Zilin, besides the southern Exalt Zhuangshen who was bolstered by the earlier Heaven's 4 virtues and possessed shocking defensive power, even Lang Qing, Chao Jia and the other 2 did not dare to take this blow from Lian Zilin head-on. That yin and yang reversal, that strike that determined life and death, contained a heavy killing intent that was rarely seen in the world. Daoist priest Tianyi's Qinghua Temple's 5 elements Wheel of Life and Death looked similar, but if it dared to clash head-on with Lian Zilin's attack, it would be instantly destroyed. Even Zhuang Shen, who was supported by 4 virtues, would try to dodge if he could. If he really took this blow, it would definitely not be easy for him. At this moment, however, an immortal bridge martial saint had no intention of dodging or retreating at all when faced with Lian Zilin's ferocious blow. Yan Di. Facing the white mirror light, his expression did not change at all. He only raised the saber in his hand. Amidst the deafening roar of a dragon, not only did Yan Di not retract his saber, he instead exerted more force. Wherever the blade pointed, it was even more domineering and sharp. The unrestrained saber light directly cut through the world in front of her and arrived in front of Lian Zilin. Perishing together with the enemy? When I was fighting for my life, you didn't exist in this world. Lian Zilin's expression was cold as she raised her other hand. At this moment, half of the boundless scarlet sea suddenly turned into a vast expanse of white. In the white sea, a red light flashed and turned into a round mirror. At this moment, the ocean was half red and half white, and there was a spot of light in each of them. The entire ocean was like a yin-yang tai chi diagram. Compared to the white mirror light in the Red Sea, which could kill people, the red mirror light in the White Sea helped people find a way out. Scarlet light condensed before Lian Zilin, blocking Yan Di's saber. However, just like how he had cleaved apart the Red Sea earlier, Yan Di's saber light swept through everything before it at this moment. The general trend is with me, and I will succeed in every endeavor. All obstructions would eventually be swept away. Yan Di's tyrannical saber actually forcibly broke through Lian Zilin's bright red yin-yang change. A crack was forcibly cleaved open on that crimson mirror by Yan Di's saber light. The blade light and the mirror light were locked in a stalemate. The saber light continued to move forward, and the crack on the mirror became bigger and bigger. Lian Zilin was slightly taken aback, but did not mind it, because that white mirror light that represented death had already descended upon Yan Di's head as well. In this way, the victor had been decided. Even though the might of Yan Di's saber arts left her in a rather sorry state. Still, she was confident that even if the crimson mirror was broken, it would still be able to withstand a saber from Yan Di. Yet, Yan Di would definitely be unable to withstand it as soon as he was illuminated by the white light. While it was rather hard to believe, Lian Zilin had to admit that if this immortal bridge martial saint attacked fiercely, he truly possessed the strength to threaten her. Yet, in terms of defense, he was far inferior to her who was a human immortal. Just as Lian Zilin was thinking this, her expression suddenly changed slightly. Streams of qi surged out from above Yan Di's head, instantly transforming into a dark, chaotic clump of clouds. Within the clump of clouds, specks of light flickered. They were not bright, not dazzling, not resplendent, not eye-catching. The concept within was hard to fathom and hard to describe. The cloud qi expanded and changed, blooming like a lotus flower. The borders of the petals were blurry as they were indistinguishable from the surrounding space. As the white mirror light that reaped one's life landed on that existence that resembled a clump of clouds and a lotus flower, slight ripples arose. The lotus swayed unceasingly, the cloud qi expanding unceasingly. Yet, as soon as the white light entered that cloud qi, it lost its miraculousness, no longer moving, let alone harming Yan Di. Yet, Yan Di's saber grew stronger and stronger until that white sea and crimson mirror were completely shattered. His saber did not cease as he continued chopping towards Lian Zilin. Lian Zilin was shocked. While she was confident and arrogant, having experienced countless battles, Lian Zilin had naturally learnt about Broad Creed Mountain situation before coming. While Yan Di was shockingly powerful, it was still within her predictions. Lian Zilin had always been on guard against the many treasures that Broad Creed Mountain possessed. Yet, never would she have thought that a grand simplicity splendor cloud would suddenly appear above Yan Di's head, actually blocking her killing move head-on. The bright yin-yang change of the bright yin-yang change was unable to do anything to the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Yet, the red yang change which she used to defend herself had been broken through by a single saber of Yan Di's. The saber in Yan Di's hands was still the heavenly dragon saber that he had forged himself. Different from before, the current heavenly dragon saber was already a high-grade sacred artifact. It had only been a few years since Yan Di had ascended to the immortal bridge stage. It had not been easy for him to forge a high-grade sacred artifact. Still, Broad Creed Mountain's current wealth was abundant. Yan Zhaoge had provided all the remaining dragon corpses of the Myriad Dragon Palace to Yan Di, supplementing them with many other treasures. In just a few short years, a high-grade sacred artifact heavenly dragon saber had been forged. With the grand simplicity splendor cloud protecting him, Yan Di currently had no need to consider defense at all. One with the saber, his martial true intent was displayed to the point of perfection. Even though Lian Zilin had already reacted quickly enough, immediately wielding her sacred artifact to protect her, she was still injured by Yan Di's saber as she was caught off guard. Everyone who witnessed this scene involuntarily broke into an uproar. It had seemed like an unfair clash. In the end, Yan Di, who was an immortal bridge martial saint, had actually won by a single move. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yan Di's head, his saber held horizontally before his chest as he roared towards the heavens, "Human exalt, your reputation is well deserved." This battle was delightful. Let us continue. Lian Zilin retreated, her expression heavy. She had originally thought that against an opponent of the mid-immortal bridge stage, she would be able to end this battle with her cultivation base whether the other party was barehanded or using a weapon. Even if the other party was a heaven-defying genius with outstanding strength, how was she, Lian Zilin, not also a genius amongst geniuses, having been able to reach where she was now? Still, at the end of the day, she had still been forced to use her weapon. Otherwise, her injuries would have been even more severe. Lian Zilin raised her hand, the fresh, bloodied wound on it a shocking sight to behold. She executed the bright red yin-yang change which symbolized life once more. Where the red mirror light shone, the wound instantly began to heal. Yet, while her flesh and blood healed once more, a scar remained which was twisting unceasingly. It was like an enraged dragon was buried beneath the flesh and blood of her left hand, struggling to break out of it. That was Yan Di's saber intent still remaining within Lian Zilin's body. With her cultivation base at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, she was actually unable to effectively suppress the tyrannical, rampaging saber intent whilst continuing to attack. Chapter 1028. Lian Zilin stared fixedly at Yan Di. Everyone else directed their gazes towards that saber-wielding figure as well. Even Lang Qing, Zhuang Shen and the other exalts who were currently battling had diverted some of their attention to this battlefield. Yan Zhaoge's battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain that year had shocked the entire world. If one were to say that Yan Zhaoge's strength had been hard to accurately gauge due to the special factor of the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation in the battle at Circumference Mountain, Yan Zhaoge had forcibly repelled Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xiancheng as a seeing divinity martial saint, even beating Yuan Xiancheng to the point of undergoing nirvanic rebirth more than once. Daoist East Spring and Zhao Zhen of the 8th level of the martial saint realm had even been slain by Yan Zhaoge on the spot. Such battle accomplishments shocked the world. Having already possessed such strength at the seeing divinity stage, what would happen now that he had ascended the immortal bridge stage? Everyone had a general understanding of Yan Zhaoge's strength. Now, however, Yan Di's strength similarly left everyone sighing in admiration. His saber intent is very strange. It's a little like. Lang Qing seemed to have caught onto something as he gazed at Yan Di, but it was gone in a flash, and that auspicious cloud above his head. That is, Lian Zilin seemed to have thought of something as well. Still, her brows were tightly knit as she felt like she was looking at flowers through a fog. It was just that whatever she was thinking, the heavenly dragon saber in Yan Di's hand shook as he strode forward to attack once more. This time, Lian Zilin was extremely careful. At this moment, she had completely placed Yan Di on the same level as her, completely treating him as a human exalt. It was as if the person she was battling was not a mid-immortal bridge martial saint but someone on the same level as Chao Jia or Lu Jinggu. She had not recognized the sharpness of Yan Di's saber arts earlier, even less having thought of the existence of the grand simplicity splendor cloud. She had wanted to rely on the ferocity of her bright red yin-yang change to end the battle quickly, taking care of Yen Di within a short period of time. In the end, it had instead been her who had nearly been defeated in just a few moves. Having learnt her lesson now, Lien Zilin fought steadily, countering each move as it came. As a human exalt who had been renowned for many years, she did not just possess a single high-grade sacred artifact, Yen Di. While it was inferior to existences like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown, it was still virtually comparable to the evil sword Taotai, even surpassing weapons like the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, the purple sea sword and the golden crow incinerating heaven saber. In the hands of human exalts, high-grade sacred artifacts were even more powerful. With the support of the weapon, Lien Zilin's attacks were even more ferocious. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yen Di's head completely disregarded his own defenses as he unleashed his full power attacks towards Lien Zilin. Both sides exchanged offense with offense, and the battle was earth-shattering. Having integrated a portion of the concepts of the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, the life creation heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly scripture into his saber intense, Yen Di, who usually also studied them, his true essence was robust and his chi returning speed was similarly far superior to that of ordinary immortal bridge martial saints. That was why he was able to support his peerlessly powerful saber technique. However, his opponent was Lien Zilin, who was a human immortal. Yen Di's exhaustion was far greater than when he fought with other enemies. As time passed, his stamina would gradually decline. However, what caused Lien Zilin to feel more and more shocked was that while his true essence and stamina were greatly depleted, Yen Di's saber was circulating more and more freely as it was domineering and sharp. He seemed to be gradually adapting to the strength of a supreme martial saint. It was as if the layer of stone covering the surface of a beautiful jade was peeling off bit by bit, and the brilliance within was becoming more and more dazzling. Over there, Yen Di and Lien Zilin were engaged in a heated battle. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge met the southern exalt Zhuangshen. After Lu Jinggu had been obstructed by Lien Zilin earlier, Zhuangshen no longer had any reservations as he viciously attacked Yan Zhaoge. Meeting enemies, their eyes blazed with fury. Words were already unnecessary at this moment. The massive fiery phoenix spread its wings, obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. Infinite, endless rain of fire descended, enveloping the entire spirit inheritance region. The place where it was most concentrated was unquestionably Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone said that the southern exalt Zhuangshen was weak in attack and strong in defense. Still, that was only in comparison to Chao Jia and the others who were at the same cultivation level. If it were an opponent beneath the human exalt stage, it would still be filled with a destructive might that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he rose up from the peak of Broad Creed Mountain, directly striking out with a palm. While he struck upwards, beneath Yan Zhaoge's palm, the sky seemed to be reversing at this moment. The might of the heavens collapsing assaulted the fiery phoenix. Beneath the majestic force of heaven and earth reversal, it seemed as if it wanted to collapse the heavens and the earth here. Space distorted as the fiery phoenix instantly emitted a mournful cry. The scattered rain of fire between the heavens and the earth continued descending as it instead distorted into a clump before exploding and being extinguished. After having ascended the immortal bridge, this cyclic heavenly seal of Yan Zhaoge's truly possessed the divine might that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth. Arise! Zhuangshen snorted coldly, ripples of water, soil, white qi and purple light instantly enveloping that fiery phoenix. Bolstered by the four virtues, the fiery phoenix spread its wings and soared high into the air once more. The thick earth of meritorious virtue replenished the heavens and extended the Tao, preventing the phoenix's fire from being extinguished. The water ripples of holy virtue were impervious to all arts as they helped the phoenix resist the heaven-shaking, earth-overturning changes. The fortuitous purple light was impervious to killing tribulations as it protected the fiery phoenix from being crushed and slain amidst that distorted space. The white qi of nether virtue was inexhaustible with life force. Not only was it imperishable, it also helped the fiery phoenix to find a way out of this perilous environment. Even more eye-catching was that it was not just the four virtues that enveloped the fiery phoenix. Even the rain of fire that it emitted as it flapped its wings was the same. Bolstered by the four virtues, those meteors of fire also resisted the palm force of Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, becoming tough and sturdy as they continued descending towards Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this from the side, the gaze of his old rival, the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, immediately hardened slightly. He has improved quite a bit. The moment an expert made a move, one would be able to tell the difference between them. Zhuangshen's proficiency in the Phoenix True Form scripture was clearly much greater than that of Yuan Xiancheng, Zhang Shuren and Peng He. The four virtues that possessed shocking defensive power were utilized in his attacks at this moment. While his attacks might not be as brutal and violent as those of Chao Jia, Lian Zilin and Lu Jinggu, they were still extremely powerful and filled with toughness as they were unceasing, seemingly without end as they were hard to defeat. With just this move alone, Zhuangshen had already caused everyone to look at him, virtually completely reversing the impression that he had previously left of being weak in offense and strong in defense. Zhuangshen was naturally aware of the special characteristics of his martial arts as he had also been unceasingly researching them, supplementing and improving them. The results were right before his eyes. Good. Looking at Zhuangshen, Yan Zhaoge cheered lightly. However, he had no intention of evading as he still raised his palm high. At this moment, his aura surged even higher. An illusory figure seemed to appear between the heavens and the earth. Yan Zhaoge stood towering between the heavens and the earth. His palm that was raised high above his head seemed to have truly merged as one with the sky. Lofty, simple, solemn, authoritative, domineering, vigorous. Faced with Zhuangshen's powerful attack, Yan Zhaoge had no intention of evading at all as he met it head-on, unleashing another cyclic heavenly seal. As his palm descended, the heavens collapsed as it smashed towards the fiery phoenix and Zhuangshen. This was a competition of who was stronger, who was mightier, who was more domineering. Chapter 1029. Yan Zhaoge's palm overturned the heavens, causing the entire universe before him to hang upside down. A corner of the spatial boundaries of the world beyond worlds vaguely distorted and shattered. Such violent power caused the eyelids of the northeastern exalt, Lu Jinggu, to twitch wildly. This is a palm that an early immortal bridge martial saint can unleash. Such a power that reversed yin and yang and overturned heaven and earth caused the flaming meteors that flickered with four-colored light to be forcibly fixed in midair, unable to move. The colorful light on the surface of the fiery meteor kept shaking. First, the water ripples were shattered, then the yellow soil was blown away, then the purple light was extinguished, and finally the white gas disappeared. Even the cyclic heavenly seal should not possess such great power, being able to allow an immortal bridge martial saint to break southern Zhuang's earlier heaven four virtues. Seeing this, the western exalt Lang Qing's gaze flickered. This palm of his is based on the cyclic heavenly scripture, yet also contains the essence and profundities of many other supreme martial arts. Lang Qing could recognize the yin-yang heavenly scripture, the life creation heavenly scripture, the Taiji yin-yang palm, the Aeon light heavenly scripture, and many other supreme divine arts. There seemed to be the orthodox dim radiant 12 arts of the dim radiant sect as well. This was not the end. There must be other supreme arts. The problem was, how old was Yan Zhaoge? In just a few decades of life, how could one cultivate and comprehend so many supreme arts at the same time and have such deep attainments in all of them? Even though the Western exalt Lang Qing was experienced and knowledgeable as he presided over a region, he still felt it hard to believe at this moment. Fallen deity, is it? Having lost the support of the four virtues, those meteors lost their momentum against this cyclic heavenly seal of Yan Zhaoge's. Under the effects of the martial true intent that grasped the power of the duality, the flames were all extinguished and turned extremely cold. The fiery meteors all turned into ice, and then shattered into fine powder. The world that was scorching hot a moment ago, like a blazing inferno, had now turned into a world of ice and snow. Under the effect of the ice and snow, the fire phoenix seemed to have lost its vitality. The southern exalt Zhuangshen was probably the one who understood Yan Zhaoge's strength the most out of everyone present. As his moves changed, the fire phoenix once again flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. With the four virtues added to its body, it wanted to forcefully prop up the collapsing sky and stabilize the upside-down changes of the universe. Yan Zhaoge's palm did not change as he formed a sword seal with his other hand, pointing toward Zhuangshen. The azure dragon roared. If that was all, Zhuangshen wouldn't mind. However, the azure dragon's body emitted rays of sharp purplish-red sword light. It was incomparably ferocious and exterminated all life. For a moment, it was as if the azure dragon was spurting blood. Blood spurted out from every single scale on its body. The exuberant life force turned into extreme death energy at this moment. The death energy condensed into a sword, pointing straight at Zhuangshen. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's self-created martial art, slaying azure dragon. Having learned of the existence of Yan Zhaoge's sword arts from the survivors of the Battle of Vast Spirit Mountain that year, Zhuangshen had been rather mindful of it. Now that he was personally facing it, he still felt that it was beyond his expectations. What a brutal sword art. It is clearly of the Jade Clear lineage, yet why is it as brutal as the Prime Clear Immortal Slaughtering Sword? It was not just Zhuangshen. The Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven frowned as well. As compared to Wudong Slope's Phoenix True Form scripture, the longevity martial scripture of his Clear Light Locale's lineage was even more disadvantaged against Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Just now, his flipping sky seal was not activated by the instant thunder method or any other method that stimulates the concentrated burning and eruption of power. It was his normal power. What concerned Daoist One Heaven the most was this. He himself was proficient in an instant thunder, being able to temporarily erupt with shocking power. Therefore, seeing Yan Zhaoge clash head-on against Zhuangshen, he could not help but feel rather doubtful. Now, however, seeing Yan Zhaoge simultaneously unleashing sword in palm, the cyclic heavenly seal with one hand and the slaying azure dragon with the other, both possessing peerless power, Daoist One Heaven knew that his earlier guess had been wrong. This youth before him who was not even a fraction of his age was really able to forcibly resist human exalts like him and Zhuangshen as a 7th-level martial saint. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon, Zhuangshen's gaze turned solemn. A strand of white chi shook about his body as he merged with the fiery phoenix, suddenly transforming into a thin line of fire that evaded Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. The line of fire spun once in mid-air, slicing towards Yan Zhaoge's body. Space was sliced into two by this rampaging line of fire at this moment, crimson-red where the gap was. Space itself seemed to have been set ablaze as the spatial tear was hard to close. This heavenly splitting flowing fire slash was the peak killing move of the Phoenix Wing Heavenly Net Saber. Of the entire Wudong Slope, there was only the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen who had successfully cultivated it. Yan Zhaoge returned with a slaying azure dragon, meeting Zhuangshen's heaven-splitting flowing fire slash head-on. Having exchanged a move with Yan Zhaoge, Zhuangshen, who had been unable to gain any advantage in the slightest, resorted to the same old trick, that thread of fire that he had transformed into traverse space, attempting to evade Yan Zhaoge's sharpness once more. However, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring box suddenly appeared within Yan Zhaoge's hands. The sword case opened, and black light shot out in all directions. An ancient bronze sword emerged from it. Grabbing the ancient bronze sword, Yan Zhaoge drew a circle in mid-air. As the black light flowed, the circle directly turned into a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force that sucked in the slender line of fire. Things were different now. The current Yan Zhaoge was able to perfectly exert the power of a high-grade sacred artifact. The sword intent of the evil sword Tao Tai merged with Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. Not only was there a powerful suction force coming from the terrifying black hole, but there were also flashes of purplish-red blood light that were incomparably fierce. If it was said that the black hole was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the heavens and the earth, then at this moment, not only was it going to devour its opponent, it was going to bite it into pieces. The line of fire expanded and transformed back into the fire phoenix. A saber appeared in Zhuangshen's hands as well, the patterns on its blade resembling phoenix feathers. He raised his saber, chopping towards the black hole. Like Lian Zilan, Zhuangshan also possessed more than a single high-grade divine artifact. Weapons and martial practitioners cooperated seamlessly, possessing great strength as they mutually boosted their might. The glow of high-grade sacred artifacts like the bright barbarian Daoist robe and the Phoenix Cry crown lit up on Yan Zhaoge as he clashed with Zhuangshan, not backing down in the slightest. Seeing the Phoenix Cry crown that had originally belonged to Zhang Shuren, Zhuangshan's expression turned even colder. The silhouetted fiery phoenix spread its wings before abruptly coming together, chopping towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge pointed with his sword, intercepting Zhuangshan's attack. Then, he waved upwards with his palm, a golden sun slowly rising into the sky, all-encompassing radiance appearing as it resembled the high sun in the sky. Illuminated by the brilliant sunlight, even the exalts felt unbearably hot as a burning sensation arose on the surface of their bodies. It was precisely the extreme yang seal that could be said to be one of the kings amongst sacred artifacts. Before the great battles of Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain, when Yan Zhaoge's strength had still not been widely known by the entire world, many people had already felt wary of him, believing that there was a great disparity between him and the Immortal Bridge. The reason for this was the extreme yang seal. Having attained the body of an Immortal Bridge martial saint, Yan Zhaoge would be able to fully wield the power of the extreme yang seal. Meanwhile, at its peak, this king of sacred artifacts would be able to easily slay an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm with just a single strike. Zhuangshan, Lang Qing and the others who were already at the 10th level of the martial saint realm and possessed the bodies of human immortals would definitely not have it easy for them if they were struck by the extreme yang seal. Chapter 1030. Yan Zhaoge raised a hand, the extreme yang seal flying up. The sky up above mightily split open as a gap appeared in the dimensional domain of the world beyond worlds. In the distant sky, the solar star trembled slightly at this moment. In everyone's eyes, the real sun in the sky seemed to have disappeared. Meanwhile, the extreme yang seal before him had transformed into a sun that illuminated the world. As this sun was too close to the ground, everyone felt unbearably hot as the seawater of the Royal Reed Sea evaporated in large areas. Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, that roiling blazing sun smashing down towards the head of the southern exalt Zhuangshan as well. The southeastern swords mistress and a few other experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm had all been invited over to spectate the ceremony. Even though they were people from the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, when they saw that glorious sun descending from the skies at this moment, the southeastern sword mistress and the others all felt their hairs stand on end. If any of them were to face this attack, they could only turn around and run. If he couldn't dodge in time, he might be killed on the spot. Bolstered by the 4 virtues and cultivating in the true form of a phoenix, the southern exalt Zhuangshan, who had always been renowned for his defensive power, did not forcibly resist it this time. A clear phoenix cry suddenly came from his body. Zhuangshan flicked his sleeve, and a row of colorful and dazzling phoenix feathers flew out from within. In the past, Zhuangshan's disciple Yuan Shencheng's 5 phoenix fan was also woven from phoenix feathers. However, whether it was in terms of quality or quantity, the phoenix feathers he used were far inferior to what Zhuangshan was using. These phoenix feathers had not been refined into weapons, but at this moment, under Zhuangshan's control, they rapidly interwove in midair. At the same time, a tree seed appeared within the circle of phoenix feathers. The seed quickly germinated and turned into a red light in an instant. The phoenix feathers surrounded the red light and used it as a support, turning into a golden parasol tree. The wudong tree was not very big. It was only 30 feet tall. However, an extremely powerful energy burst forth from within. Holy virtue water ripples, nether virtue white chi, meritorious virtue thick earth, and fortuitous purple light appeared at the same time, and they were all vigorous and abundant. The wudong tree hovered above Zhuangshan's head. Its branches and leaves swayed as it exuded an aura of reincarnation and immortality. As the extreme yang seal smashed downwards, it was actually held up by the wudong tree for a time. Southern Zhuang brought the tree heart of his Wudong Slope's progenitor tree. Seeing this, even the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu was slightly shocked. It is no wonder. Clearly knowing that Broad Creed Mountain possesses the Extreme Yang Seal and Immortal Bridge martial practitioners, how could he not have made preparations for this in coming over this time? The golden wudong tree hung above Zhuangshan's head, temporarily blocking the Extreme Yang Seal. The domineering sun descended, and the golden parasol tree sank. Its crown collapsed, and its branches and leaves were bent. Still, the straight tree trunk stood firm as it ultimately managed to hold the Extreme Yang Seal for a short period of time. Making use of this chance, Zhuangshan executed the heaven-splitting flowing fire slash once more, swiftly hacking towards Yan Zhaoge. This time, the edge of his saber was clearly faster and stronger than before. The sudden acceleration and eruption of power caused Zhuangshan to rapidly approach before Yan Zhaoge. The Extreme Yang Seal was powerful to the extreme, possessing peerless might as it seemed like a sure kill blow. Zhuangshan firmly believed that this was also when Yan Zhaoge was at his most complacent. With the Extreme Yang Seal suddenly being blocked, Yan Zhaoge's plans and tempo would also be disrupted. If he launched a sneak attack at this moment, victory and defeat would be reversed. This was the best time for him, Zhuangshan, to strike. A slender line of fire streaked past, cutting through space and the world as it instantly arrived before Yan Zhaoge. The next moment, it would pass by Yan Zhaoge's neck. "I was just waiting for you." Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he clenched a fist and punched forward. His movements were not swift, instead seeming rather slow. However, after punching out with this fist, the scenes before Zhuangshan's eyes suddenly changed as it was as though only Yan Zhaoge's fist remained between the heavens and the earth. This fist seemed to fill the surrounding heavens and the earth, encompassing the entire universe. With himself as the center, regardless of which direction Zhuangshan focused his attention on, there seemed to be such a fist punching towards him. This fist seemed to occupy the past, the future, all of time. At this moment, Zhuangshan seemed to have seen through the long river of time, transcending all worldly matters. However, whether it was his past memories or his future prospects, there was such a fist punching towards him at any moment within the long river of time. This fist seemed to originate from before everything had begun. It also seemed like it was quietly waiting for him after everything had concluded. All of Zhuangshan's hairs stood on end as he immediately retracted his saber. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he gave up on his original offensive, focusing fully on defense as he resisted this fist of Yan Zhaoge's which had arrived first despite having been unleashed later. Bolstered by 4 virtues, rosy clouds filled the sky. Yet boundless, omnipresent fist intent enveloped him before mightily slamming him down. The lofty southern exalt Zhuangshan could only grit his teeth and bear it at this moment as he was beaten by Yan Zhaoge to the point of resembling a turtle withdrawing its shell. What fist art is that? Seeing this, the western exalt Lang Qing, the eastern exalt Daoist One Heaven and the northwestern exalt Lian Zulan all inhaled a breath of cold air. The southeastern exalt Chao Jia and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu who stood on the same side as Yan Zhaoge were stunned as well. Chao Jia's gaze shook as he seemed to have thought of something. The expression of Lian Zulan who was clashing with Yan Di suddenly changed as she looked first at the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yan Di's head and then at Yan Zhaoge's fist. Her thoughts flashed at lightning speed as she blurted out, "The head of the grand clear lineage's grand cosmos 5 manifestations, the Tai Fist?" Lang Qing, Lu Jinggu and the others all realized, not just the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, even the Tai Fist. This martial art has been lost for many years. This Yan Zhaoge is actually proficient in it. The martial art that Yan Zhaoge was executing was precisely the Tai Fist that he had comprehended from the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Due to him simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities, he had even integrated some principles of the peerless heavenly scripture into the Tai Fist, forming a fist intent that was unique to him that possessed incomparable power. Even as Zhuangshan was scheming, Yan Zhaoge was scheming against him as well. In the end, Yan Zhaoge was still superior. With a single fist, the surrounding space was suppressed, time itself suppressed. Zhuangshan had completely lost the initiative as he was hard-pressed to advance or retreat as he was trapped where he was by Yan Zhaoge's fist. He was unable to move as he could only stubbornly resist. Yet, with a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand, that brilliant sun suddenly changed as it formed a faint golden ray of sunlight which bypassed the golden wudong tree above Zhuangshen's head. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was already able to control the extreme yang seal as he pleased. This sacred artifact king was not a stupid thing that possessed just power. It could change its size as he wished, possessing infinite variations. Zhuangshen was currently suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's Tai fist as he was unable to cause the golden wudong tree to change in time. Therefore, after that ray of sunlight had bypassed the wudong tree, it manifested as the brilliant sun once more before smashing down towards Zhuangshen once more. Zhuangshen had used all his energy to deal with Yan Zhaoge. Now that the extreme yang seal was descending from above, how could he still have the strength to resist? He was beaten badly on the spot, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Zhuangshen's cultivation base was profound and his defensive power was shocking as he was not directly killed. Still, he felt dizzy as his figure plummeted downwards. He wanted to stabilize his footing and retreat, but Yan Zhaoge was unforgiving as he had already charged forward once more. Chapter 1031. When experts fought, it was usually just a thin line. The slightest difference could determine the direction of the battle and the final outcome. Most of the time, the true strength of the two might not be far apart, and they might even be the same. But one wrong step could lead to the risk of losing everything. Just like how the Northwestern Exalt Lien Zilin had not known that Yen Di possessed the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud to protect him earlier, she had instead been injured by him. Just like Zhuangshen at this moment. If it wasn't for the sake of seeking victory in the midst of danger, and had instead been fighting steadily and surely, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Zhuangshen suffered a blow from the extreme yang seal, his head bleeding as he saw stars. He was also a veteran of hundreds of battles, and he knew that it was more important for him to stabilize his footing at times like this. Otherwise, if Yan Zhaoge had continued his victorious pursuit with the extreme yang seal, continuing to strike down unceasingly, he might not have been able to retaliate at all as he would have been casually beaten to death by an immortal bridge martial saint just like that. However, it was impossible for Yan Zhaoge to let him do as he swiftly pursued with a slaying azure dragon. Zhuangshen could only barely defend against it. The ruthless sword chi kept trying to break through his true essence. The water ripples of the holy virtue broke and the purple light of fortuitous virtue dimmed. The thick soil of meritorious virtue tried its best to replenish it, but it felt powerless. The white chi of nether virtue began to play its main role, fighting for a chance of survival for Zhuangshen. After blocking Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon, that terrifying extreme yang seal smashed downwards once more. Zhuangshen summoned the golden wudong tree, barely managing to resist the extreme yang seal once more. However, the wudong tree was connected to his heart and blood. Now that he was injured, the golden wudong tree's branches and leaves had withered slightly, and its strength had decreased. As this went on, the momentum of the extreme yang seal grew increasingly ferocious, suppressing the golden wudong tree as it descended unceasingly, getting closer and closer to Zhuangshen himself. Lang Qing, Lien Zilin, and Daoist One Heaven frowned when they saw this. Of everyone present, the Western Exalt Lang Qing actually had the ability to help Zhuangshen. Because he was the fastest, while he was unable to do anything to the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, if he wanted to help Zhuangshen and the others, Chao Jia, who relied on inaction, could not guarantee that he would be able to intercept him in time every time. During the fight just now, he had helped Lien Zilin several times. While she would often only have the chance to unleash a single move before she would be entangled by Chao Jia once more, these interruptions and disruptions in his attacks were already sufficient for the injured Lien Zilin to stabilize her footing once more. The Western Exalt Lang Qing unleashed his ability to shift space to the maximum, his figure seemingly omnipresent as he was even more elusive, making it hard to guess where he would appear next. He had taken care of the entire battlefield. Besides the Northwestern Exalt Lien Zilin, the Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven had also received Lang Qing's help. There was only the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen whom Lang Qing had not been able to take care of. It was not that he did not want to. Instead, Yan Zhaoge possessed an extraordinary cultivation base in the Yin Yang heavenly scripture. He was not like Yan Di, who had simply comprehended the yin-yang heavenly scripture, raising his saber intent and increasing his qi returning speed. Yan Zhaoge's attainments in the yin-yang heavenly scripture were much deeper than Yan Di's. Just like how neither Chao Jia nor Lu Jinggu would attempt to surround and attack the northwestern exalt Lian Zilan. As soon as the yin-yang finger was executed, unless the opponent was clearly much stronger or was able to break through the supreme martial art, they would not have to fear being surrounded and attacked by their enemies at all. If Lang Qing attacked Yan Zhaoge, it would still be fine if it was a continuous series of attacks. However, if he casually struck out every now and then, Yan Zhaoge would only direct his attacks towards the southern exalt Zhuangshen, making things even worse for him. There is still another way to break out of this. Lang Qing's gaze flickered slightly. Meanwhile, the gaze of the southern exalt Zhuangshen, who was being suppressed by Yan Zhaoge, similarly flickered slightly. The extreme yang seal up above finally crushed the golden wudong tree, descending once more. Busy dealing with Yan Zhaoge's attacks, Zhuangshen did not have the strength to resist as he suffered another blow from the extreme yang seal. Beneath this blow, half of Zhuangshen's body was virtually charred black as he only managed to escape death by relying on the white qi of nether virtue and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge did not continue his killing blow as he instead executed the Tai fist once more, suppressing Zhuangshen. Now, however, he diverted some of his attention to wield the extreme yang seal, turning to attack the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven. As soon as this was done, everyone was shocked. The spectators were all taken aback as they did not understand why Yan Zhaoge would give up on the already injured Zhuangshen, instead going to attack Taoist One Heaven. Everyone understood the principle that it was better to break off a single finger than injuring 10 fingers. At the end of the day, that was the southern exalt who was a human exalt. Even if he was injured, his strength was still extraordinary. While the spectators could not understand this, the gazes of the experts currently clashing flickered simultaneously. "Good fella, calm enough," the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu roared, "leave him for last." Amongst the spectators on Broad Creed Mountain, someone now reacted, "Yan Zhaoge, he does not want the southern exalt to undergo nirvanic rebirth." His words hit the nail on the head. Everyone was enlightened. As martial practitioners of Phoenix Wudong Slope underwent nirvanic rebirth, their cultivation bases and strength would be no different from before they had been reborn. It would not be as simple as just preserving their lives. Unless they had been weakened by a force like the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation before undergoing nirvanic rebirth, all their injuries would be healed as they would return to their peak state. If Yan Zhaoge killed Zhuangshen now, the result would be Zhuangshen undergoing nirvanic rebirth, his injuries completely healed as he would be filled with vigor once more. At that time, having learnt from this experience, Zhuangshen would definitely not take any more risks as he would advance steadily and steadily. Not just that, because his injuries had healed, the currently weakened golden wudong tree would also be able to regain its peak strength. In that case, it would not be so easy for Yan Zhaoge to replicate his earlier battle results. Now, the already injured Zhuangshen was indisputably much weaker than he had been at his peak. Yan Zhaoge could completely split some of his attention to help the others deal with Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven and Lian Zilan even as he was entangled with him. After the other three had been defeated or retreated, he would then be able to deal with Zhuangshen. Other than when one's lifespan comes to an end and they enter nirvanic rebirth, the phoenix cannot commit suicide. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at Zhuangshen. While cultivating in the Phoenix true form scripture and obtaining great power, you are still restricted by it. Zhuangshen gazed coldly at Yan Zhaoge, not uttering a word. The Western exalt Lang Qing frowned. Defeating an exalt at the immortal bridge realm is such a glorious feat. This Yan Zhaoge is actually able to forcibly maintain his mental state, remaining calm and not getting careless at all, such that this method of breaking this situation cannot be implemented. No wonder, it is no wonder that he was able to walk this far. This is not merely something that can be nurtured with martial talent and supreme martial arts and treasures. Lang Qing sighed inwardly, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. There was virtually no time at all as he appeared somewhere else at the same time as he vanished. Chapter 1032. As Chao Jia blocked Lang Qing with a single sword, Yan Zhaoge's extreme yang seal was unobstructed as it struck towards Daoist One Heaven. Daoist One Heaven was currently in the midst of clashing with the northeastern exalt Lu Xinggu. Seeing the extreme yang seal strike over now, he could only evade. Lu Xinggu disdained to join hands with others to besiege him. He turned the spear in his hand around and smashed the end of the spear toward Daoist Priest One Heaven, forcing him to retreat. Daoist One Heaven's gaze was deep as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Zhuangshen's injuries were not light as he was suppressed by Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge split off the extreme yang seal, striking towards his other opponents. The northwestern exalt Lian Zilin was proficient in the yin-yang heavenly scripture as she did not fear being ganged up on. The western exalt Lang Qing was proficient in the spatial heavenly scripture as his figure drifted unpredictably. Therefore, the eastern exalt Daoist One Heaven met with misfortune. As Lang Qing thought of ways to help Daoist One Heaven deal with this situation, he was also paying attention to Yan Zhaoge himself. He attempted to forcibly send Zhuangshen undergoing nirvanic rebirth with his own power, helping Zhuangshen to extricate himself from Yan Zhaoge's suppression and regain his combat prowess. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Perhaps it should be said that he was specifically waiting for Lang Qing. Besieging the enemy and attacking the reinforcements, using Zhuangshen to lay a trap, luring Lang Qing into the trap, and then thinking of a way to heavily injure him. Very quickly realizing this, Lang Qing sighed inwardly at Yan Zhaoge's craftiness. Meanwhile, Zhuangshen, who had become bait, would undoubtedly feel even more stifled. On the other side, Lu Xinggu shouted, "Tian Yi, are you going to fight to the death with us as well?" As he shouted, the high-grade sacred artifact in his hand, the purple-gold lightning spear, turned around once more, its tip once more aimed at Daoist One Heaven, piercing through the void. Daoist One Heaven was currently raising his hands to parry the extreme yang seal. Lu Xinggu's attack was too fast. He didn't have time to dodge, and the spear was already in front of him. Duo! Daoist One Heaven shouted in a low voice and a huge purple orb appeared in midair. Boundless lightning filled the air at this moment. Seeing that purple orb, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. How many fragments has this old bull collected? Looking at this head and the power of lightning within it, I'm afraid that more than half of the eye of the Thunder Emperor is here. There was a flash of light in the purple pearl. It was as if a god had blinked his eyes. In the blink of an eye, boundless lightning exploded out, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, the radiance of the great golden sun was illuminated into a greenish-purple color. The fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor in Daoist One Heaven's hand erupted with astonishing power. Violent thunderbolts surged into the skies, even shaking off the extreme yang seal in that instant. The Taoist quickly changed his move and managed to block Lu Xinggu's spear by a hair's breadth. Lang Qing attacked Lu Xinggu, trying to help Daoist One Heaven out of his predicament. However, Chao Jia arrived before Lang Qing, intercepting him again. Lu Xinggu, on the other hand, attacked Daoist One Heaven with each spear strike faster than the last. After Daoist One Heaven's eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment erupted once more, its aura instantly plummeting, its luster also growing dim. The special characteristics of an instant's thunder caused it to require a very long time to recover after an eruption. After all, this was only a fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor. The dull thunder pearl, which seemed to be covered in dust, returned to Daoist One Heaven's sleeve. Meanwhile, the extreme yang seal that had been sent flying up above was currently surrounded by a dense layer of purple thunder light. The lightning snakes kept jumping back and forth, but they also kept shattering. The light of thunder vanished as the sunlight grew brighter and brighter. The extreme yang seal quickly regained its vitality before it struck down towards Daoist One Heaven's head once more. However, right at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Chao Jia and Lu Xinggu simultaneously frowned. The eyes of Zhuangshen, Lang Qing, Daoist One Heaven, and Lian Zilin lit up. On Broad Creed Mountain, the southeastern sword's mistress and the others had not felt it at first. However, at some point in time, all of them suddenly felt an immense pressure. That pressure almost caused them to be unable to refrain from prostrating on the ground, and they felt that the circulation of true essence in their bodies was not smooth. The world, which had been in chaos because of the battle between supremes, suddenly calmed down at this moment. The light in the sky suddenly dimmed. The extreme Yang seal still resembled an actual sun, but the sun, moon, and stars in the sky had lost their radiance. As Yan Zhaoge and the others raised their heads and gazed upwards, they saw that the sky above their heads had shockingly turned into the great earth at this moment. Below them was still the sea, and below the sea was land. However, at this moment, the sky had turned into land. As the saying goes, change the heavens and earth, or turn the heavens and earth upside down. At this moment, however, it was as though the heavens no longer existed, only the earth remaining. As Yan Zhaoge and the others hovered in mid-air, whether it was above or below, there was only the great earth, with no sky at all. Everyone seemed to be situated in an underground world as they were all surrounded by soil. The pressure that they were currently feeling originated precisely from the great earth up above. The thick earth that bore all things pressured down at this moment, causing all existences down below to feel as though they were bearing an infinite weight. The numerous peaks of Broad Creed Mountain were all shaking slightly, actually vaguely showing signs of sinking, as it was as though they were about to be forcibly pressed down into the sea by the immense pressure. Yan Zhaoge and the others could similarly feel that immense pressure, which caused their movements to turn sluggish and sluggish. In contrast, Zhuangshen, Lang Qing and the others were not affected in the least. Therefore, in virtually just an instant, they launched a counterattack. Yan Zhaoge and the others, who had vaguely gained the upper hand due to having suppressed Zhuangshen earlier, instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. The situation between the two sides was reversed in an instant. The advantage of Lang Qing and the others was rapidly expanding more and more fiercely. Meanwhile, all of this originated from someone who had yet to even truly make a move himself. Heaven Emperor. Raising his head and gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that a tree had suddenly appeared amidst space before him without any prior warning whatsoever. It was a tree that was rooted in the sky up above. From his perspective, it was an upside-down tree. Its branches and leaves flickered with green light as they enveloped the great earth above and below. It was as though it had always been there. No one appeared. Still, seeing this great earth that had replaced the sky, seeing this ancient tree, everyone knew what this signified. One of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. Everyone's hearts abruptly sunk. The Heaven Emperor had arrived, but the Brocade Emperor had yet to appear. With the Brocade Emperor not present, who could stand against the Heaven Emperor? The Heaven Emperor did not even need to make a move. Just by simply standing there, his aura and pressure were already enough to reverse the situation of the battle, changing the direction of victory and defeat. More importantly, an emperor of an immortal clan as an opponent brought despair to the human realm. Leakless true immortals. What was leakless? None of the arts of the human realm could harm them. This was not a saying that had only existed after the Great Calamity. Instead, it was the common understanding of all experts in the heavens above and beneath the earth that had existed since ancient times. Besides the immortal exterminating formation that represented the end of everything, immortal experts could only be dealt with by immortal techniques. Speaking of immortal techniques, everyone's gazes now converged on Yan Zhaoge. It was rumored that he had obtained the legacy of the dim radiant emperor. Was that legacy actually an immortal artifact that had already been successfully forged? Chapter 1033. If the dim radiant emperor's relic was an immortal artifact that had already been successfully forged and Yan Zhaoge was able to wield that immortal artifact, while the chances were still slim, there might still be a chance. At the very least, he was no longer in complete despair. But in fact, most people were still not optimistic. After experiencing the initial excitement when the news first came out, people gradually calmed down after so many years. The information which had originated from the Radiant Light sect at the very beginning was likely inaccurate. Perhaps Yan Zhaoge had indeed obtained a relic of the dim Radiant Emperor, but it might not be an immortal artifact. At the very least, the possibility of it being a real immortal artifact that had been completely refined was not high. On one hand, it was because the dim radiant emperor himself had never forged an immortal artifact when he was alive. On one hand, it was also because Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had never seen a single trace of that immortal artifact despite having traversed the world for so many years. If one were to say that while Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners were powerful in the past, their cultivation bases had still been low, at this point in the battle today, if Yen Zhaoge truly possessed an immortal artifact and wielded it, he would have already ended the battle before the Heaven Emperor even had to descend. Thinking of this, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain all sunk as they vaguely felt despair. Having become the focus of everyone's attention, Yen Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. He released his suppression of the southern exalt Zhuangshen, raising his hand upwards. The myriad dragon palace appeared, its great doors opening as numerous dark streams of qi emerged from within. In the boundless void of the great hall, a huge black iron wheel quietly rotated. As the black iron wheel flew out of the myriad dragon palace, it immediately became the focus of everyone's gazes. The dim radiant wheel. This supreme treasure of the dim radiant emperor In Tianxia had finally reappeared in the world beyond worlds. As the dim radiant wheel slowly rose into the air, the world before them, which had already been dark and gloomy due to the earth having replaced the sky, became completely pitch black, its radiance extinguished. But in that boundless primordial darkness, a speck of light suddenly lit up, bright and pure. The dim radiant wheel currently existed between light and darkness. The slowly spinning black iron wheel seemed to have been split into two by an invisible line. Half of it shone with resplendent light, glistening and dazzling, while the other half blended into the darkness and was hard to see. However, when everyone focused their gazes, the entire dim radiant wheel seemed to be covered in a layer of dim radiance. It was neither bright nor dazzling, as it was all hazy. There was a clear distinction between light and darkness. Everything was blurry and hazy. Two seemingly contradictory scenes were simultaneously manifested on the dim radiant wheel, causing one to be unable to help but suspect if one of them was an illusion. But at this moment, they were perfectly united and coexisting, revealing the profound principles and concepts. At this moment, 9 of the 12 holes on the black iron wheel flickered with an indescribable radiance. The rotating dim radiant wheel suddenly halted before radiance shot out from one of its holes, landing on Broad Creed Mountain down below. The opposing force prevented Broad Creed Mountain from sinking into the sea. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge struck downwards with a cyclic heavenly seal. Under the combined effects of the two forces, with the momentum of uprooting mountains, the numerous mountains of Broad Creed Mountain no longer descended, instead slowly rising upwards. Gazing at the dim radiant wheel, countless people murmured to themselves, "That is the treasure left behind by the dim radiant emperor," even as their minds shook. Looking at how only 9 of the 12 slots on the dim radiant wheel were glowing, many people sighed inwardly. At the end of the day, it has yet to be truly forged. Immortal weapons, as the name suggested, were weapons forged by experts who had pushed open the immortal gate. If the dim radiant emperor had yet to completely forge it, Yen Zhaoge of the martial saint realm would naturally be unable to use it successfully. Still, the difference between immortals and mortals was a heavenly chasm that was hard to surmount. If it was not an immortal artifact, how could it resist an emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality many years ago? Dim Radiant 12 Arts, Second Art, Reflection. A voice resounded amidst space, clear and pleasant to the ear as it resembled the striking of a bell and the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It has been many years since I have seen such orthodox Dim Radiant 12 Arts. The massive tree that towered to the heavens above vanished as a Taoist appeared in mid-air. He wore an apricot yellow Taoist robe, a golden crown on his head and a crane cloak on his body. His face was like jade with 3 long strands of beard. While he was not as handsome as the brocade emperor Fu Yunqi, he was still ethereal and otherworldly. This was none other than one of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors, the Heaven Emperor. While this was his first time seeing him in person, Yen Zhaoge had already long since memorized the image of this world beyond worlds bigwig expert. Everyone else recognized this true immortal as well. As the Heaven Emperor truly appeared, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire area instead strangely vanished. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge, Chao Jia and the others in mid-air or those on Broad Creed Mountain down below, their bodies all relaxed. Still, they all felt even more nervous. Seeing the Heaven Emperor's true appearance, Lang Qing, Zhuangshen, Daoist One Heaven and Lian Zilan all ceased their attacks. They simultaneously bowed towards the Heaven Emperor. "Your Majesty, Heaven Emperor." The Heaven Emperor nodded. "This humble Daoist has been itching for a moment. Everyone, please let this humble Daoist pass." Lang Qing said, "Of course." Zhuangshen sat in the meditative position amidst space, quietly regulating his breathing as he treated the injuries that Yan Zhaoge and the extreme Yang Seal had inflicted on him. Still, his gaze was still fixated on Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel. Amidst his hatred, there was also some complex emotions within his gaze. While the dim radiant wheel was indeed not a true immortal artifact, its might was still shocking. Yan Zhaoge's own strength was far from comparable to that of ordinary immortal bridge martial saints. With the extreme Yang Seal and the dim radiant wheel in his possession as well, however unwilling Zhuangshen was, he had to admit that he probably would not be able to exact vengeance on his own. More importantly, with the potential and strength that Yan Zhaoge had displayed, it would be increasingly impossible for Zhuangshen to personally exact vengeance in the future. It was just that since the dim radiant will had yet to become an immortal artifact, the outcome of today's battle could not possibly be changed. It is destined that the Brocade Emperor will not be able to arrive in time. Zhuangshen looked coldly at Yan Zhaoge and the others. The Heaven Emperor strode through space, arriving neither hurriedly nor slowly before Yan Zhaoge and the others. The southeastern exalt Chao Jia faced him indifferently as he stood where he was. The northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu calmly bowed towards the Heaven Emperor. "This old man, Lu Jinggu, greets the Heaven Emperor." "You are polite, fellow Daoist Lu." The Heaven Emperor nodded slightly before saying, "Fellow Daoist, you can leave now or watch from the sidelines." This humble Daoist does not mind either. Lu Jinggu's expression did not change as he said, "This Lu's assistance this time will not change because of who the opponent is. I only ask my conscience, not the outcome. I have overestimated my own abilities, and have made a fool of myself, Heaven Emperor." "It is fine," the Heaven Emperor shook his head, "since that is so, I will speak with fellow Daoist Lu again later." With that, he raised a hand, the wide sleeve of his Daoist robe unfurling. Space circulated as the universe shifted. Lu Jinggu suddenly shrunk as he was directly kept within the sleeve of the Heaven Emperor. A human exalt had soundlessly vanished without a trace, as though he had never come to Broad Creed Mountain in the first place. Chapter 1034. The Heaven Primordial Emperor's expression was indifferent, his left hand behind his back as he flicked his right sleeve. The lofty northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu was instantly kept within his Heaven Earth within sleeve. A supremacy was instantly suppressed. The Heaven Emperor's movements seemed natural and casual, without the slightest trace of the mundane world. Even the commoners of the secular world who did not possess any cultivation were able to clearly see his movements. However, no one was able to react in time. The seemingly contradictory feelings interweaved into a profound concept. A feeling of helplessness and despair arose within the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain. What was the difference between immortals and mortals? This was the power of a true immortal emperor. There was a saying that when a true immortal descended to the mortal world, he would stand firmly in an invincible position, but he might not necessarily be invincible in the world. Actually, this was for the sake of being cautious. Because in this world, there were indeed peerless geniuses like Long Xueji and Chen Qianhua who could contend against true immortal emperors as exalts. It was even to the extent that with Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's performance today, many people acknowledged that they would also be such powerful existences in the future. However, such people were, after all, rare exceptions. Excluding such special cases, the real general situation was that the difference between immortals and mortals was like the difference between heaven and earth. An immortal descending into the mortal world was invincible. Not invincible in a one-on-one fight, but invincible everywhere. Numbers were meaningless. A true immortal could crush the combined might of so many human immortals. After keeping the northeastern exalt Lu Xinggu away, the Heaven Emperor's right sleeve did not cease in the slightest as it swept through the air. The brilliant sun was instantly extinguished, and the world seemed to have turned from day to night in an instant. The extreme Yang seal in midair no longer radiated radiance as it was directly sent flying by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. He flicked his sleeve once more, stirring the dim radiant wheel. The dim radiant wheel instantly flew out as well, the radiance within its 9 slots dimming. Seeing this scene, the hearts of those on Broad Creed Mountain all sunk to the very bottom. The Heaven Emperor was neither fast nor slow as he looked at Chao Jia along the way. The next time Kunlun Mountain sets up the 10 Directions reformation will be about 100 years later. In these past few years, our Taoism's vitality has gradually recovered, and there have been many outstanding youths appearing. It's gradually about time for our Taoism to blossom and bear fruit. Heaven Emperor said calmly. My disciple, Qing Shizi, was also one of them. It's a pity that he's gone. Apart from Qing Shizi, there are also 3 others who may all become exalts in recent years. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be very difficult for the position of the 10 exalts to be left vacant in the past to repeat itself. As the Heaven Emperor spoke, he slowly raised his hand, extending a finger to point at Chao Jia. At the very least, there won't be any major problems with only you missing. Now, Yan Zhaoge emerged from the crowd, walking forward to meet the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Primordial Emperor's tone was indifferent. Whoever I kill first makes no difference to this humble Taoist. Still, Chao Jia, are you going to hide behind a junior? That's not like you. The southeastern exalt Chao Jia did not speak as he just looked at Yan Zhaoge. When the Heaven Emperor had first appeared earlier, Yan Zhaoge had sent a sound transmission to him and Lu Xinggu. I have a method that has a 50% chance of success, but it can only be used when the Heaven Emperor attacks me. The 2 of you should not clash head-on against the Heaven Emperor. While Chao Jia did not know what Yan Zhaoge was planning, he could only trust him now. Although Lu Xinggu was suppressed, his life was not in danger. Seeing that Chao Jia did not reply, the Heaven Emperor did not mind as his gaze shifted to Yan Zhaoge before him. This is where our sect is located. The southeastern exalt has graced us with his presence and is a guest. This Yan is untalented, but as the host, there is no reason for me to let a guest stand at the forefront to block a calamity for our sect. Yan Zhaoge was currently facing the Heaven Emperor. The Taoist before him appeared calm and composed, appearing rather ordinary as he emanated no pressure at all. Still, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that his soul seemed to be shaking slightly. He inhaled deeply, simultaneously striking out with his hands as the extreme Yang seal and the dim radiant will both flew back into his hands. The extreme Yang scripture and the dim radiant 12 arts circulated together, nourishing the treasures in his hands. The extreme Yang seal and the dim radiant will shook slightly, gradually regaining their luster as they regained their vitality. Still, facing an emperor, they still lost their momentum. Watching this scene from the side, the Western exalt Lang Qing slowly shook his head. After the great calamity, our Taoism declined. Now that we have finally regained some of our vitality, we are now in the midst of flourishing. This might be the best era for geniuses with potential. Under normal circumstances, for an outstanding youth like you, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and their majesties would more or less take care of you for the future of Taoism, even assisting you in your growth. Even if you are a little arrogant or commit some mistakes, their majesties would still tolerate it. Lang Qing's gaze fell on the dim radiant wheel, his emotions rather complex. A pity that you have obtained Yin Tianxia's legacy. Fortune and misfortune come together. You think that obtaining the embryonic immortal artifact is a fortuitous encounter, gaining a massive advantage. Yet, you do not know that you have lost even more as a result. It would be fine if their majesties did not personally deal with you. Still, you have offended the Heaven Emperor. No one can save you, and no one will come to save you. He glanced at the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yan Di's head. I do not find it strange that the Brocade Emperor is willing to help Chao Jia. Still, I have always been unable to understand why he is willing to help you. Only today do I know that it is actually for the Tai Fist. A pity that he was unable to make it here in time. The Heaven Emperor's expression was mild as he did not speak harshly, as he just looked quietly at Yen Zhaoge. As he sized up the young man, he took in the entirety of this young man who had first foiled his plans and then killed his disciple. What an outstanding young man! The Heaven Emperor said harmoniously, his extended finger no longer pointing at Chao Jia but at Yen Zhaoge as it continued forward. Yen Zhaoge instantly felt as though a great mountain was weighing down on him, his entire person from fleshly body to soul, inside out, seemingly about to be crushed into smithereens. That heaviness seemed insufficient even to be described as bearing the weight of an entire world on his back. Beneath such a feeling, let alone resisting it, even evading it would be hard for him to do so. There was virtually no part of his entire body that he could move at all. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, an ineffable glow flickering within them. Now, however, the Heaven Emperor knit his brows slightly, his finger halting slightly in mid-air. Everyone present was taken aback, feeling puzzled and unable to comprehend this. Still, the expressions of Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, Chao Jia and Lang Qing all changed slightly as well. They could vaguely feel that a massive change had occurred in the circulation of the spiritual qi of the heavens and the earth. The source of this change did not lie in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. Instead, it originated from further west. The Royal Reed Sea was located by the western border of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Further west was the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Circumference Mountain. There, the spiritual qi of water suddenly skyrocketed, instantly erupting as it was virtually comparable to the Royal Reed Sea, which was filled with water everywhere. That is, the Dynasty River. Zhuang Shen, who was seated in the meditative position within space, abruptly stood up. The severed Dynasty River has been restored. Yen Zhaoge was taken aback by this sudden turn of events as well. The Dynasty River had been restored at Circumference Mountain, as it would not have had any effect on the situation in the Royal Reed Sea at all. With the Heaven Emperor having descended and the Brocade Emperor yet to arrive, it would be impossible for Yen Zhaoge and the others to retreat to Circumference Mountain now. Still, why had the Dynasty River been restored? What did this imply? Chapter 1035. While everyone else could sense the changes in the spiritual qi veins of the Royal Reed Sea, they were unable to sense what was happening so far away at Circumference Mountain. It was just that everyone could sense that the atmosphere on the battlefield had begun to change. While the Heaven Emperor was rather surprised, he actually did not care much about the recovery of the Dynasty River. What truly caused him to frown was something else. He gazed at his finger that was pointing towards Yen Zhaoge. That finger was shockingly enveloped by a layer of frost at this moment. Yen Zhaoge, Chao Jia, Zhuang Shen and the others quickly noticed this as well. Zhuang Shen, Lang Qing and the others who had previously felt that victory was within their grasp instantly no longer felt so good. Such a cultivation base, such strength, such characteristics caused the exalts to immediately think of a single person. Still, why had that person appeared here, and why had he stopped the Heaven Emperor? A stunned look appeared in the gaze of the southeastern exalt Chao Jia as he suddenly turned to look at Yen Zhaoge and the others. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were rather bewildered and doubtful as they cautiously observed this sudden change. The Heaven Emperor turned to look in another direction amidst space. There, a massive shadow slowly surfaced. Following his gaze, everyone saw that amidst mid-air, a massive black snake had broken through the great earth up above, appearing before them. That black snake was shrouded in water qi, resembling a long black river, as its aura was even stronger than that of a true dragon. As the black snake hissed, it was not the stench of blood that emanated from it. Instead, it was an icy cold qi that pierced the bone. On its head was a jade carriage. Around the jade carriage stood young boys and girls, either holding a scepter or touching a precious pearl. While golden curtains hung from the jade carriage, preventing those within from seeing their appearances clearly. However, seeing this black serpent carrying the jade carriage as it soared through the air, even the others of Broad Creed Mountain knew who it was. the only female amongst the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. She could also be said to be the current #1 female expert of the world beyond worlds. The profound majestic emperor, also known as the cold emperor's Jie Mingkong. In the world beyond worlds, people were more accustomed to calling her the female emperor. She was one of the current 5 emperors alongside the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor. Of the 5 emperors, the female emperor was the most independent. As long as it did not concern her, she would never participate in the affairs of others. The great battle between the Brocade Emperor and the immortal artifact Mars Halberd that year had been one of the rare battles between emperors in recent years. After that, the leading boy said, "Heaven Emperor, apart from her own wishes, our palace lord has come here on behalf of someone else. There is no need to continue speaking." The Heaven Emperor suddenly spoke, cutting off the other party's words. This humble Taoist can understand that fellow Taoist Jia cherishes talent. Even this humble Taoist rather admires this young man Yan Zhaoge. Usually, turning hostility into friendship would also be a wonderful thing. The Heaven Emperor shook his finger, shattering the ice on it. Still, this Yan Zhaoge first opposed this humble Taoist and killed this humble Taoist's disciple Qing Shizi. If this can be easily let go, this humble Taoist will not be able to establish himself in the world beyond worlds in the future. He was not as casual as he had been when dealing with Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu and the others now. He extended his hands forward, one up and one down, bringing them together towards the center. The great earth above instantly descended. The royal reed sea was sandwiched between them, wanting to crush everything into smithereens. Within the jade chariot atop the head of the black snake, the surface of the ice sculpture flickered with a jade-like luster. Ice suddenly surfaced on the surface of the great earth of the dark, sealed world up above. Boundless glaciers rapidly expanded, encompassing the entire area. Instantly, the sky above Yan Zhaoge and the others was frozen over by glaciers once more after the great earth had replaced the sky. There was transparent ice everywhere, flickering vaguely amidst the darkness. The sound of cracking resounded from time to time as cracks appeared on the surface of the glaciers. Still, they were quickly frozen over by even thicker ice. The Heaven Emperor's figure flickered as he instantly vanished from the spot. Then, virtually at the same time, he appeared atop the head of the black snake, right before the jade chariot. Then, he waved his left sleeve, his sleeve unfurling towards that ice sculpture within the jade chariot. In order to prevent any further accidents from occurring, the Heaven Emperor had used a supreme technique right from the start. After his first spear strike, he had instantly arrived before the jade chariot atop the head of the black snake. Then, with a wave of his left sleeve, he had executed the heaven earth within sleeve. This was a powerful technique that would still give him a chance of securing victory even against bigwigs of the same cultivation level. As his sleeve unfurled, heaven and earth shifted as space and time turned illusory. That black snake that seemed even more massive than a chain of mountains instantly shrunk, resembling an earthworm as it was about to be sucked into the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. The jade chariot atop the head of the black snake was as small as a speck of dust as ordinary people would not be able to see it clearly at all. Still, just as the black snake was about to be sucked into the Heaven Emperor's sleeve, a powerful light suddenly erupted from the top of the black snake's head. The ice sculpture within the jade chariot emitted a crisp sound before breaking apart, revealing the white-clothed woman within. Chapter 1036. The ice shattered, and the real body of Empress Jie Mingkong finally appeared in front of everyone. Her eyes were still closed. She simply stretched out her palm and held it like a blade. Then, she chopped down in the air. With this slash, the cold chi converged, and the void was no longer cold. But the boundless sharpness, with the power to split the heavens and split the earth, broke the world in front of him. Resplendent radiance surged forth, slashing apart the dark and gloomy space. A new world was about to be opened. The white-clothed woman's palm was as white as jade a moment ago, but now it was hazy and gloomy. From the acupoints on her palm, streams of graceful chi rushed out. As they intertwined, they faintly condensed into a shadow. Under the cover of the shadow, the slender palm seemed to have turned into an object that looked like a banner, but not a banner, and an axe, but not an axe. The female emperor's attack shockingly revealed the concept of the heaven-opening scripture of the Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture. She used her palm as a blade, and with a single blade strike, she simply intended to split apart the chaos, separate the primordial world, re-establish the earth, water, fire, and wind, and split open the heavens and the earth. In the past, Yen Zhaoge had once witnessed Mars Halberd's attack. After the blurry darkness had been completely split apart by the bright light, boundless flames had been revealed. They were between earlier and later heaven, possessing infinite vitality and boundless might. At this moment, the Empress's saber split the darkness apart, revealing an endless stream of water. This water also existed between the innate and the acquired. It seemed to contain endless warmth of vitality, but also endless coldness of killing intent. Where the flowing water passed, the inverted universe within the Heaven Emperor's sleeves, the distorted spacetime, was bathed in the light of water. The black snake immediately grew large once more, lifting up the jade carriage as it flew out of the area enveloped by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. When the Heaven Emperor saw this, he didn't go too far, and his figure swiftly teleported through space. He had obtained the 10,000 Longevity Mountain's fifth manor locale's great immortal suppressing Yuan's direct lineage, and cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture. His comprehension towards the principles of space and time was extremely profound. With just a thought, he passed through the female emperor's obstruction and arrived before Yen Zhaoge. The female emperor's eyes were still closed as she exited the jade carriage and chased after the Heaven Emperor. While she did not cultivate in the spatial heavenly scripture like the Western exalt Lang Qing, having already pushed open the door to immortality, the female emperor's speed would only be faster than Lang Qing's. Her jade-white hand clenched into a fist, flickering with an icy blue radiance as it struck towards the Heaven Emperor's back. The Heaven Emperor did not stop, did not turn around, did not dodge, did not block. Using his back as a shield, he took the blow from the Empress. In the instant that they came into contact, ripples like a river of time appeared within the Heaven Emperor's eyes. He was enveloped by the river of time, and the time in the void around him flowed backward. Time flowed backwards, forcefully rewriting the fact that the Heavenly Emperor had been struck by the female Empress's fist, causing the scene before everyone's eyes to revert to when the fist was still a distance away. Other than the female emperor who was also a true immortal, only Yen Zhaoge who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture and Yen Di who was protected by the grand simplicity splendor cloud could sense something amiss. In the eyes of others, including Chao Jia and the other sovereign experts, they were only slightly dazed, not feeling that they had seen the female empress strike the Qian emperor with a single punch. Empress Jia Mingkong snorted lightly and suddenly opened her clenched fist. Changing her fist into a claw, the great empress turned the formless river of time into a tangible one. She grabbed the river of time as if she was grabbing a piece of cloth. Coldness wreaked havoc, surging cold energy eroding the mysteries of the river of time, as if it had turned into ordinary flowing water. Then, the water turned into ice. The river of time formed of the Heaven Emperor's immortal qi was instantly frozen into a glacier. Meanwhile, the female empress's second punch descended once more. Who? The Heaven Emperor exhaled slowly, still not halting or turning as he forcibly received the female empress's punch with his body once more. He was unable to dispel this punch. Green qi flickered on his fair face. With a flick of his right sleeve, a stream of air swirled around him, and a figure flew out from within. It was shockingly the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu who had been suppressed by the Heaven Emperor's Heaven Earth within sleeve earlier. Because the Heaven Emperor had been injured by the female empress now, he had been forced to be released. However, the Heaven Emperor made use of this chance. Not only did he not halt, he instead sped towards Yen Zhaoge. The Heaven Emperor was shockingly trying to kill Yen Zhaoge even at the cost of being injured himself. Streams of green light surged from where the female empress had struck on his back. It was as if a tree had sprouted, a sapling breaking through the soil before instantly growing into a massive tree that towered into the heavens. The green light intermingled, resembling the entanglement of tree branches as it entangled the female empress's arm, preventing her from advancing any further. The female empress knit her brows slightly as she saw the massive green tree before her instantly multiply, directly transforming into an entire forest that surrounded her. Numerous massive trees that towered into the heavens were connected, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. Spiritual chi circulated as a sealed world was formed. Just destroying these massive trees alone would not be sufficient for the female empress to quickly escape. The forest before her was a massive formation. The Heaven Emperor had casually established a formation that was even more powerful than the incomplete Nine Bends Yellow River formation that Yan Zhaoge had previously set up at Circumference Mountain with the help of the Dynasty River. Having temporarily stalled the female empress, the Heaven Emperor continued traversing space, instantly arriving before Yan Zhaoge. While the northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu had just broken free, he was still rather dizzy as he was unable to understand the situation. Still, as he saw this, even though he knew that he was not the Heaven Emperor's match, he still strode over to assist Yan Zhaoge. Just nice, 4 people. The Heaven Emperor's gaze swept calmly across Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Chao Jia and Lu Jinggu, Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. It has no use at all. Let alone the Immortal Exterminating Formation, there were no other formations that could allow martial saints to slay immortals. Even if there were, the Heaven Emperor would not care about it. In the current world beyond worlds, he, the Heaven Emperor, was number 1 amongst the 5 emperors in terms of formations. Qing Shuzi and Daoist Leading Mist who had perished in the Nine Bends Yellow River formation had not been able to inherit his attainments in formations. Still, Daoist Shi who had only listened to his teachings back then was extremely outstanding amongst the immortal bridge martial saints of the entire world beyond worlds in terms of formations. Besides Daoist Shi's exceptional talent in formations, this was inextricably linked to the teachings of the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor had possessed a fragmented diagram of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation in the first place. If Yan Zhaoge and the other 3 had set up this formation before him, he would be able to break it with a flick of a finger. Whether or not the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was present made no difference to the Heaven Emperor. It was the same for other formations as well. With the Nine Bends Yellow River formation before him, if it was not controlled by an expert who had pushed open the door to immortality, the Heaven Emperor would regard it as nothing as he would directly trample over it. He was only concerned about the female emperor behind him now, who might be able to rush out of the formation that he had set up at the last moment at any moment. Therefore, the Heaven Emperor did not waste time on words as he directly tapped towards Yan Zhaoge's forehead once more. Within the forest, the female emperor's face was cold as frost as she felt the changes outside the formation. Heaven Emperor, don't play these petty tricks. Her closed eyelids suddenly trembled slightly as she was about to open them. Still, she quickly exclaimed softly as she sensed that something was wrong. The Heaven Emperor who had staked everything on this one gamble discovered this abnormality as well. It was as though he was already unrelated to the battlefield before him as he stood there quietly, only able to wait for the results of the battle between the 2 emperors. Light flickered on Yan Zhaoge's body at this moment, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1037. With the arrival of 2 great emperors, the final outcome of this battle seemed to be determined by the outcome of their battle. When the Qian Emperor had risked his injuries to temporarily break away from the female empress, the others couldn't help but feel despair. As the Heaven Emperor pointed towards Yan Zhaoge, incomparable pressure appeared once more, virtually suffocating Yan Zhaoge. He could even hear the blood in his body exploding and the sound of his bones creaking. His body felt like it was about to be crushed into a pile of mud in an instant. Beneath the extreme pain, Yan Zhaoge's expression was solemn, but his gaze remained calm and clear, not panicking in the slightest. The extreme yang seal in his hand roiled with blazing sunlight which seemed infinite and boundless as it unceasingly poured into the dim radiant wheel. Of the 12 slots on the dim radiant wheel, 11 were dim and devoid of light at this moment, with only 1 surging with dazzling light. The radiance seemed to be eternal, illuminating the heavens. Bolstered by the power of the extreme yang seal, the 8th art of the dim radiant 12 arts, the art of eternal brightness, displayed shocking power. Even if the dim radiant sect had reappeared, other than the dim radiant emperor in Tianxia when he had been a human exalt that year, no other martial saint expert would be able to execute such a powerful technique. As Yan Zhaoge wielded the dim radiant wheel and executed the art of Everbright, he had already reached the peak of the martial saint realm. The boundless radiance was constant and unchanging, without the slightest fluctuation, illuminating the entire world. Such a stable radiance seemed to have condensed into a solid form, sealing off the entire world. It was truly a sight to behold. However, such power, the pinnacle of the human world, still stopped in the end. The Heaven Emperor's finger was still unceasingly advancing. The pressure on Yan Zhaoge's body continued to rise unceasingly. Now, however, a change suddenly occurred in the royal reed sea down below, which had originally only been used as a battlefield, having been utterly destroyed. Streams of light suddenly surged from the depths of the sea, congregating in the Spirit Inheritance region of the Western Sea before finally landing on Broad Creed Mountain. In the end, those streams of light transformed into a profound and complicated sigil. The sigil was incomparably massive as it enveloped the entire Royal Reed Sea, even expanding towards the surrounding territories. The color of the flowing light was gold and black, holy and heavy, lofty and vigorous. In the instant that this sigil appeared, the people of the Royal Reed Sea could only feel as though the heavens and the earth had separated before their eyes once more. The land formed by the heaven primordial great emperor's immortal chi was still there. But now, it gave people the feeling that it was the vault of heaven. Heaven and earth became distinct once again. It was no longer just two lands, one above and the other below. This was because the true earth below had become incomparably thick and solid at this moment, far surpassing the earth above. When the two were compared, it naturally gave rise to the feeling of heaven above and earth below. When the heaven primordial great emperor saw that seal, his eyes immediately erupted with a shocking light. The power and concept contained within the curse mark was exactly what he was looking for. It originated from one of the four imperials of Taoism, the concept of power of the Earth Empress Earthly Tao Orthodoxy. He had schemed for many years, ordering King Xianwen, Daoist Shi, Shenlingzi and the others to come to the Royal Reed Sea to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation, hoping that they would be able to find all of this without alerting anyone else. There was a letter from the Lady of Earth here. The calligraphy had already completely merged with the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. Here in the Royal Reed Sea, it was hidden formlessly as it was hard to uncover. Even if the Heaven Emperor wanted to find it, he would need a very long time as well. Therefore, he left the matter to Shenlingzi and the others. Who knew that it would ultimately be all for nothing because of Yan Zhaoge and the southeastern exalt Chao Jia. He had made up his mind this time that after taking care of Yan Zhaoge and the others, he had not hesitated to remain here, patiently searching for it. Yet, never would the Heaven Emperor have thought that it would actually be snatched up by Yan Zhaoge first. The problem was that even he, an emperor who had pushed open the door to immortality, had been unable to do so. How could Yan Zhaoge, an immortal bridge martial saint, have caused the Lady of Earth's calligraphy to appear in this world within a few short years? At this moment, the Heaven Emperor was both shocked and enraged as his expression finally changed greatly. Gazing over, he saw Yan Zhaoge bathed in radiance. Numerous runes of radiance formed numerous ribbons of light which coiled around Yan Zhaoge's body. The power of the extreme Yang seal and the dim radiant will descended, jointly forming a strange mechanism under Yan Zhaoge's control as such changes occurred in the Royal Reed Sea down below. More importantly, the power of the Heaven Emperor's attacks directed at Yan Zhaoge was actually directed unceasingly into the great earth down below through this mechanism. A wound appeared on the surface of the Heaven Emperor's body. No blood flowed from the wound as it instead flickered with radiance. This had not been caused by the female emperor earlier, nor was it an actual wound. Instead, it was a wound of principle, signifying that the concept that the Heaven Emperor cultivated in was flawed. Yan Zhaoge raised his head, calmly looking at that flickering wound on the Heaven Emperor's body as he recited scriptures. 9 Magnificence Jade Imperial Palace, 7 Treasures Royal Room. bearing the heaven's mandate, dominates yin and wields yang. The Tao is exalted and contains great light, virtues stored in gentleness and purity. Emulating the vast heavens, fundamentally nurturing the beauty of the earth essence, forming the benevolence of the Mother Tao. Great sorrow and great desire, the benevolence of the great sage, bearing the imitations of the heavens, the Earth Queen's earth essence. The contents of the scripture that Yan Zhaoge was reciting were precisely the treasure-warning scriptures of the Earth Queen's earth essence which were known to all of Taoism. But at this moment, coupled with the ritual he was activating, the Heaven Emperor was taken aback. Earth Mother Tao ritual? As soon as these words left his mouth, even the female emperor was taken aback. Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, Zhuangshen and Lang Qing were even more stunned. Unlike the heaven-bearing effecate formation which is still passed down, this ritual was completely lost following the Great Calamity. Even the earthly sovereign doesn't have it. The Heaven Emperor's gaze was blank. If he was proficient in this Earth Mother Tao ritual, coupled with the heaven-bearing effecate formation, he would have long since been able to find the book hidden here. Looking back on many problems, I might be able to find a way to resolve them. With the ritual having succeeded, Yan Zhaoge looked at the Heaven Emperor, smiling, "Why are you so fixated on this place? I believe that it is not without reason. Heaven Emperor, your foundation is the Tao tradition of the legendary five-manner locale left behind by the primordial suppressing immortal. Sadly, it is incomplete and flawed. In order to make up for this flaw, besides continuing to search for the Tao tradition of the five-manner locale, you also targeted the Tao tradition of the Earth Queen, learning that her book is here." Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. This untalented Yan inadvertently obtained the Earth Mother Tao sacrificial ritual technique. Along with the heaven-bearing effecate formation, I have long since made preparations. It is just that if I want to truly bring out the Earth Mother Earth's calligraphy, I will still require your power. Only then will I be able to do so. The Heaven Emperor calmed now as he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. So what? The Earth Queen's book is useless in your hands. Retrieving it is helping this humble Taoist. Give it to this humble Taoist. With that, he ignored Yan Zhaoge as he abruptly opened his palm, becoming incomparably massive as it seemed to envelop the entire royal reed sea, grabbing that sigil. Chapter 1038. The Heaven Emperor grabbed towards the sigil that enveloped the royal reed sea. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "It is indeed of limited use to me. I cannot bring it out of the royal reed sea. It is not of much help to my cultivation. I cannot wield it to deal with other enemies either." Still, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the Heaven Emperor. "It should still be sufficient to entertain you here in the royal reed sea." Amidst his words, streams of light converged beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet, black and gold intermingling before rising upwards. With the sigil formed of the Earth Queen's handwriting as its foundation, a silhouette gradually condensed in the air above the royal reed sea. It resembled a blurry figure. As the Heaven Emperor's palm landed on that silhouette, his power was instantly obstructed. His gaze turned solemn as he discovered that his power was being forcibly directed towards the great earth down below. Returning to the earth. The Heaven Emperor pondered momentarily before abruptly changing his stance. His gaze seemed to transform into an eternal river of time at this moment. While he had the Tao tradition of 10,000 longevity mountains five-manner locale as his foundation, comprehending the profundities of life in thick earth and the Tao of the variations of space, apart from that, the Heaven Emperor was also highly proficient in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Yet, just as he was about to reverse time, that Tao wound that flickered with radiance on his body flickered intensely as well. At the same time, the sigil down below that enveloped the royal reed sea suddenly dimmed somewhat. Yet, that silhouette that was birthed from the sigil became unprecedentedly bright. A majestic, heavy force was born from within, infusing into the Heaven Emperor's open palm. The Heaven Emperor's body shook abruptly as he retracted his palm, focusing on Yan Zhaoge and the sigil down below. The descent of an immortal is virtually invincible. True immortals of Taoism are truly powerful. Yan Zhaoge formed seals with his hands, bringing them together before his chest. With my current cultivation base, Even if the dim radiant wheel is a true immortal artifact that has already been completely refined, it would probably still be unable to stand against you. Still, I only obtained the dim radiant wheel and the extreme yang seal to provide sufficient spiritual qi to sustain the Earth Mother Tao ritual. The Earth Queen's handwriting that you have always been searching for, Heaven Emperor, is what I have prepared for today. Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, only you can activate this formation, and it can only be used on you. It cannot be used to summon others. Still, there is no need to use it either. Zhuangshen's face was sunken and cold as he gazed at Yan Zhaoge, veins vaguely throbbing on his forehead. The faces of Lang Qing, Lian Zilin, and Daoist One Heaven, the three supreme being experts, were as gloomy as still water. The arrival of the Great Empress was beyond everyone's expectations. However, Yan Zhaoge had actually been able to resist the Heaven Emperor alone. This had surpassed their expectations. Behind the Qian Emperor, the towering trees were cut down. Jie Mingkong, the female emperor, walked out with her eyes closed. I had originally planned to slowly search for them after killing you all. The Heaven Emperor's expression did not change. Right now, it is just two matters being carried out at the same time. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, opening it towards Yan Zhaoge and the later Earth text. Space distorted, and the universe shifted, wanting to collect Yan Zhaoge and the later Earth text together. Yet, Yan Zhaoge ignored this as he dealt with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, wholeheartedly focusing on maintaining the Earth Mother Tao ritual. His true essence and the power of the extreme yang seal and the dim radiant wheel were all supplied to the ritual in an endless stream as he used it to activate the sigil formed of the later Earth text. The sigil flickered with radiance once more. Yan Di, who had previously seemed uninvolved in this matter, now let out a light shout. The grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head rose, leaving his head and landing on the sigil. Affected by this, the sigil changed once more, actually manifesting the phenomenon of chaos. The power of the grand simplicity splendor cloud and the later Earth text combined as the illusory silhouette in the air above the royal reed sea actually formed illusory scenes of space and time changing as well. The Heaven Emperor's Heaven Earth within sleeve was actually unable to do anything to Yan Zhaoge for a time. At the same time, the female emperor had already arrived before the Heaven Emperor once more. The latter could only retreat. Still, he did not give up as he shifted amidst space, seemingly omnipresent as he continued attacking Yan Zhaoge. Yet, each of his attacks was dispelled by the power of the later Earth text. The majestic power was channeled into the Great Earth before instantly counterattacking once more. You should understand now, Heaven Emperor, Yan Zhaoge smiled, the more ferocious your attacks, the more powerful the mechanism's counterattack will be. The Heaven Emperor did not speak as he transformed into a myriad of forms, attacking the sigil in an endless stream without pause at all. He attempted to attack at a sufficiently high frequency to surpass the reaction speed of the later Earth text. Yet, in the end, each of his attacks was counterattacked without being discounted in the slightest. The aftershocks of the Heaven Emperor's final full-powered strike virtually ripped a corner of the world beyond worlds apart, affecting the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge smiled, some things just have to be believed. The sigil formed of the later Earth text resembled the deepest, heaviest, firmest Great Earth as the Heaven Emperor was forced to retreat in vain once more. Not just that domineering, vigorous force was also counterattacked in full against the Heaven Emperor. Affected by the injuries inflicted by the female emperor earlier, the Heaven Emperor's movements were a beat too slow as he could not dispel it in time as he could only forcibly block this blow. His figure shook amidst space as green chi surfaced on his fair face once more, not dissipating for a long time this time. The Heaven Emperor gazed at Yan Zhaoge, who was enveloped by radiance at the center of the mechanism down below. The royal reed sea was completely silent at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, unable to say a word. That was an emperor who had truly pushed open the door to immortality and ascended into the immortal realm. Immortals and mortals were different, ascending to the heavens with a single step as everything in the human world was beneath their feet. Even an exalt of the human realm expert would be instantly suppressed by the Heaven Emperor. Human immortals were finally tainted with the word human, as they would be hard-pressed to stand against true immortals. Yet, this true immortal emperor had been met with a wall in front of an immortal bridge Marshal Saint now, his nose full of dust. Even the gazes of the southeastern exalt Chao Jia and the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu, who had been battling alongside Yan Zhaoge, were no longer the same as they looked at him now. They actually vaguely knew that there was something in the royal reed sea that was very important to the Heaven Emperor. Yet, it would be very difficult to extract. Even with the Heaven Emperor's cultivation base, the amount of time required to do so would be in the hundreds of years. How would one extract this thing? After having extracted it, how would one make use of its profundities to stand against an emperor? These problems were sufficient to stump everyone. Yet, that youth enveloped by radiance had resolved all of them. Therefore, he had also accomplished a shocking feat. After detecting the profundities of the later Earth text, the female emperor no longer made a move as she just quietly watched the clash between Yan Zhaoge and the Heaven Emperor from the side. While her eyes were closed, she was fully aware of everything that was going on. Even if the Heaven Emperor had not been injured from clashing with her, as long as the later Earth text was here, he would still have been unable to take down Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Even without her and the Brocade Emperor, Broad Creed Mountain might still be able to stand tall in today's battle. Today, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were destined to shock the world beneath the heavens once more. Yan Zhaoge would be stepping on the Heaven Emperor's shoulders, allowing his fame to flourish even further. What left the Heaven Emperor even more despondent was the fact that the later Earth text that Yan Zhaoge was using to step on him was precisely the existence that he had always yearned for. Chapter 1039. Empress Jie Mingkong had no intention of attacking. While she closed her eyes, her gaze was currently moving between Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the Heaven Emperor. His face, which had always been cold since he appeared, thawed slightly at this moment, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qian Yuanzi, you are bullying the weak. Since you failed to take him down the first time, do you have the nerve to try again? The female empress said indifferently. The Heaven Emperor stood in the air. After a long time, the green qi on his face finally dissipated, his injuries temporarily suppressed. If he did not attack, the later Earth text would naturally not retaliate. The item below involves my cultivation level. I have to obtain it. The Heaven Emperor said calmly. Moreover, Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge killed this humble Taoist's proudest disciple, Qing Shizi. This humble Taoist must seek justice for this disciple no matter what. The female emperor was shocked. Even if I were not here, you would not be able to do anything to this Broad Creed Mountain. The Heaven Emperor said, if Fu Jinxiu does not come, and if you do not act, victory or defeat is still unknown. Not bad. You'll be the main attacker. Zhuangshen and the other three will assist you. The female emperor closed her eyes, raising her brows slightly. With Yan Zhaoge having to host the ritual to block you, the ritual is only effective against you. With Yan Di, Chao Dongnan and Lu Dongbei fighting 3 against 4, it would be difficult for them to cope. Still, if you focus solely on defense, you will still be able to hold on for a very long time. The only thing you have to worry about is patiently setting up a formation to trap the Royal Reed Sea, slowly wearing down Broad Creed Mountain. The Water Empress sneered, you are someone who has pushed open the gate of immortality. Don't you find it embarrassing to use such a method to deal with a martial sage? Although the big Heaven Emperor's injuries were even heavier than before, his emotions had already calmed down, whether it is through trickery or strength. Since they have the ability to obstruct this humble Taoist, then this humble Taoist will treat them as opponents on the same level. Since that's the case, how is there a need to talk about losing face? This ritual originates from the dim radiant wheel and the extreme yang seal as well as Yan Zhaoge himself. As the dim radiant wheel has yet to become an immortal artifact, it will ultimately not be able to outlast you. The Empress said faintly, but don't be too complacent. Even though I don't know why Fu Yinqi's hands and feet are tied up, he will definitely come if he keeps delaying. The Heaven Emperor sighed softly as he looked at the sigil formed of the later Earth text down below. That's right. That is why victory and defeat in this royal Reed Sea is ultimately hard to predict. He gazed at Yan Zhaoge, bringing up the old topic again, truly an outstanding youngster. Before today, this humble Taoist really had not thought that this would be the result. Your Majesty, you're too courteous. Yan Zhaoge answered mildly, indeed. Currently, this situation would only be like this in the royal Reed Sea. Without the Earth Queen's letter, I would probably not even be able to receive a single blow from you. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and met the Heaven Emperor's gaze. Still, even if you cannot take me down today, there will come a day when I do not need to push open the door to immortality. Even having left this royal Reed Sea, you will still be unable to do anything to me. Forgive me for being impetuous, but that day is not far away. Yan Zhaoge's tone was casual, as if he was having a casual conversation with the Heaven Emperor. But the world was dead silent. Everyone stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge, only a single thought in their minds. Savage. Arrogant. Still, as long as they recalled the scene of Yan Zhaoge clashing with the Southern Exalt Zhuangshan earlier, they all felt that what this youth had said was not impossible. No, it was not impossible. Instead, it would definitely become a reality. An early immortal bridge martial saint had even been able to gain the upper hand against a human exalt of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Even with a supreme treasure like the extreme Yang seal, it was still something that shocked the entire world. With such strength, his potential was similarly shocking. It was true that the higher one's cultivation base, the slower one's progress would be, the harder it would be to cultivate and the longer it would take. Still, in comparison to Yan Zhaoge's current age and the speed at which his cultivation base had risen, no one would deny that this youth would definitely ascend to an even higher peak. Also, it would be a very rapid rise. The title of fallen deity was well deserved. Thinking of this, no one felt that Yan Zhaoge was arrogant any longer. As long as he did not venture out and cultivated in the royal Reed Sea, there would definitely come a day where he would not fear emperors even without opening the door to immortality. The Heaven Emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Beneath this emperor's gaze, Yan Zhaoge spoke in a composed manner, 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. Many people may vaguely know of your goal, but are not clear on the details. This matter concerns your cultivation. Obstructing one's path is akin to killing one's parents. Therefore, they did not interfere. The Brocade Emperor only gave the Southeastern Exalt a hand, as he himself did not get too deeply involved. Now that I know what exactly is going on, however, I instead find it rather strange. Why are you not willing to resolve this matter openly and honestly, Heaven Emperor? With Taoism's revival following the Great Calamity, it is precisely a time of unity. I believe that the other emperors also hope that you can make up for your shortcomings and improve. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Heaven Emperor. Is there some other reason apart from that? The Heaven Emperor did not react in the least as he hovered in midair. Even now, I am still unclear on what taboo I violated in obtaining the dim radiant wheel. Yan Zhaoge continued, still, with the other sovereigns of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors not openly supporting you in attacking Broad Creed Mountain this time, can I take it that your actions are actually somewhat taboo as well, Heaven Emperor? Hearing these words, the Heaven Emperor's gaze finally hardened. The female emperor instead smiled. He is indeed an outstanding young man. The Heaven Emperor's actions are not taboo. It is just that we are rather doubtful. Therefore, we decided to wait and see, neither obstructing nor supporting him as we see what exactly he intends to do. As for why I have come. The female emperor's smile gradually retracted as she closed her eyes, scanning the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangshan and Lang Qing. My attendant already said it at the start. While it is of my own will that I have come, it is more that I have been entrusted to do so. As soon as these words left her mouth, the expressions of Zhuangshan, Lang Qing and the others changed once more. The female emperor was a lone wolf who never begged or helped others. While it was said that she had been entrusted to do so, even the other emperors in the world beyond worlds might not be able to get her to act on her own. Only the 3 sovereigns might be able to get her to act. The Heaven Emperor too felt surprised and puzzled by the female emperor appearing to help Broad Creed Mountain. Initially, he had not waited for the attendant of the female emperor's lineage to finish speaking before he had acted once more in order to prevent the name of one of the three sovereigns from appearing. At that time, whether he acted or not, there would definitely be one side who would look bad. If he pretended not to know and tried to reason things out afterwards, he would not lose face as there would be much room for negotiation. It was just that the development of things afterwards completely surpassed his predictions. Heaven Emperor, rather than thinking about how to breach the royal reed sea, you should first consider yourself. The female emperor's voice was clear and cold. Everyone's hearts jolted as they simultaneously gazed towards the west. There, someone was currently approaching. That was in the direction of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory's circumference mountain. Yan Zhaoge and the others seemed to realize something. The severed waters of the Dynasty River regaining their flow was the handiwork of the newcomer. The Heaven Emperor did not care about the newcomer's cultivation base. Still, the martial concept that emanated from him caused his expression to change slightly as he seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 1040. Due to the arrival of the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor, the thick earth that had previously obscured the sky was already slowly breaking apart. Due to the descent of the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor, the thick earth that had previously obscured the sky was already slowly breaking apart. The royal reed sea had seen the light of day once more. Still, the scenes of the world had long since changed completely. Currently, three powerful auras emanated from Circumference Mountain in the west of the royal reed sea, heading straight for Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region of the royal reed sea. The sword light that split the heavens and the earth arrived before them in an instant. The sword light gradually grew dim, three figures appearing within. One of them was a tall, white-clothed youth who was handsome and transcendent. A sword hung by his waist. While it was in its sheath, it still caused one's heart to tremble. As soon as it was unsheathed, it would shock the heavens. The bright sword light enveloped this white-clothed youth's entire body. Wherever he passed, space and time seemed to be slashed apart as all things got out of his way. On the left and right of this white-clothed youth were two other people. The one on the right was a middle-aged man. While this middle-aged man looked unprepossessing, he was similarly covered in bright sword light that seemed like it could split the heavens and split the earth apart. The one on the left was a black-cloaked youth. While he could be considered handsome, he had a rather cold aura as he was silent. The sword light on his body did not flourish as he just silently walked alongside the white-clothed youth and the middle-aged man, arriving before the Heaven Emperor and the female emperor. The three first glanced at Broad Creed Mountain. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and Broad Creed Mountain were fine, they all nodded slightly. As Zhuang Shen, Lang Qing and the others saw this, their pupils involuntarily dilated slightly. That white-clothed youth led the way as the three first greeted the female emperor. This junior greets the female emperor. The female emperor nodded. You arrived a little late. We were the ones who were delayed. The white-clothed youth bowed before straightening himself, looking towards the Heaven Emperor. Your Majesty, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor's gaze shifted from Yan Zhaoge to the trio as he was silent for a long time. Beside him, the Western Exalt Lang Qing's face was dark. Bai Tao, you actually came here. That white-clothed youth said, while you and Southern Zhuang were willing to offer some benefits to my Southwest Vermilion Heaven territory, of my master's orders, I naturally had to follow them rather than what you offered. The white-clothed youth's name was Bai Tao. Still, in the world beyond worlds, people were more familiar with another name. The ruler of the Southwestern Vermilion Heaven Territory, the Southwestern Exalt. If Bai Tao was merely the Southwestern Exalt, the Heaven Emperor's expression would not be so solemn at this moment. The reason why a true immortal great emperor, who had pushed open the gate of immortality, was not because of Bai Tao and the other two, but because of their master. The trio of the Southwestern Exalt Bai Tao hailed from Jade Capital Crag of the Central June Heaven Territory's Kunlun Mountains' northern high peak. Their master was the current supreme existence of the world beyond worlds, the sword sovereign of the three sovereigns. Among the three sovereigns, the sword sovereign was the youngest, but he had always been on par with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. He was still in the outer realm and had yet to return. However, the appearance of Bai Tao's group of three here made it hard for people not to think about it. In particular, with just the three of them, the Empress wouldn't be able to make a move. Having obtained the legacy of the former dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, Yan Zhaoge is Yin Tianxia's true descendant. Lang Qing said hoarsely, even if the sword sovereign cherishes talent, he would still have to think thrice over the entanglement within. Bai Tao shook his head. West Lang, do you still not understand? Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, he sighed mightily, they are surnamed Yan. Lang Qing was taken aback, surnamed Yan, wait. He looked like he had seen a ghost as he looked in shock at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, it's that Yan? Zhuang Shen, Daoist One Heaven, Lian Zilin and even Chao Jia and Lu Jinggu were all puzzled at first before looks of shock appeared on their faces. Everyone looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, Lian Zilin blurting out, they are Yan Xintang's descendants. On Broad Creed Mountain, many people were at a loss. Still, there was also a name that only existed in history and legends that surfaced in the minds of some of them. Yan Xintang. As compared to his actual name, more people knew his title. One of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries who had stabilized the world beyond worlds that year, the exalted gold luminary. The number one figure of Taoism in the Tao of the Sword after the Great Calamity, the Sword God Yan Xintang. It was not without reason that Lang Qing, Zhuang Shen and the others were able to relate this ancient legend to the scene before them. The current sword sovereign of the world beyond worlds' three sovereigns was precisely the personal disciple of the exalted gold luminary, the successor to his legacy. Could the sword sovereign have made a mistake? Zhuangshan said in a heavy tone, the father and son of Broad Creed Mountain's Yan family originate from a lower world. They are not locals of the world beyond worlds. A clump of clouds that resembled a blooming lotus floated silently above Yan Di's head. Chaotic and dim, the boundaries of time and space were blurry amidst the clump of clouds. Chapter 1041. Tai Yi, the head of the grand cosmos 5 ties. It symbolized the most primitive form of the universe. There was no light, no shape, and it was silent and formless. Even the boundaries of time and space were blurred. There was no prior and no after, no beginning and no end. Looking at the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yan Di's head, the Heaven Emperor's gaze hardened as many of his previous doubts were easily resolved. What was left was more of a gloomy feeling. Yan Zhaoge did not speak as he quietly listened to the conversation of the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor. Many of his earlier doubts had been answered, his guesses verified. Why had the grand simplicity splendor cloud come to find his father on its own accord, and why did his father feel a sense of familiarity and closeness towards it? Because this was the existence that accompanied him all those years ago. The first time Yan Zhaoge had seen the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he had found its strange form different from what he knew of grand simplicity. It was as if he had stepped from the beginning of the innate realm to the acquired realm. Actually, the reason for this was that the grand simplicity splendor cloud had been born alongside Yan Di, resembling a prenatal coat as it had gone through the process of being born from birth to birth alongside him. After his birth, due to some special reasons, Yan Di had always been resting within the grand simplicity splendor cloud. The concept of time within the grand simplicity splendor cloud was blurry as the flow of time within Yan Di's life was virtually still. Time passed quickly in the outside world and 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was only one day when the fruit had ripened and fallen that Yan Di could truly be considered to have arrived in this world. Why did this happen? Yan Zhaoge dared not be certain. He could only guess based on the information that he currently possessed. On one hand, his grandfather and grandmother, Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian, had met with Misha. The pregnant Di Qinglian had temporarily entrusted the child to the grand simplicity splendor cloud for his safety. On the other hand, his father Yan Di bore the legacy and hopes of his grandfather and grandmother. In the past, Yan Zhaoge had not known that Yan Xintang of the Jade Clear Direct lineage had actually married Di Qinglian of the Prime Clear Direct lineage that year. Otherwise, he would have thought of it long ago. Why? Because the more condensed and pure that true martial intent of his fathers, the more Yan Zhaoge felt it to be familiar. The Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture, heaven-opening scripture. It divided the primordial world, split the heavens and the earth, stabilized the earth, water, fire, and wind, and created the fortune of the primordial world. Prime Clear Numinous Treasure 4 Swords, Immortal Exterminating Sword. A single sword strike broke through all techniques. It was all-conquering, and it put an end to the principles of the heavens. It announced the arrival of the last days and the end of creation. The former created the world, while the latter destroyed the world. When the two became one, there was a beginning and an end. It was the process of creation, the momentum of the great Tao. The general trend is with me, and I'll be invincible in every endeavor. There's nothing I can't overcome, and I'll sweep through everything that obstructs me. The power of the heaven-opening book and the exterminating immortal sword was even more astonishing after they were combined. Yan Zhaoge also had to give a big thumbs up to his grandparents whom he had never met in person. They had come up with a brilliant idea, an idea somewhere between madness and genius. And the most amazing thing was that they didn't just imagine, but they also turned their ideas into reality. What had helped them achieve all of this was the treasure they had unintentionally obtained, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Just having the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud was not enough. They themselves could not complete this martial art, nor could they cultivate it. Only the children born from their union had a single chance to succeed. This was the crystallization of the combined efforts of the family of three, a supreme martial art that only Yan Di could cultivate in. Perhaps it was also the final gift that Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian had bestowed upon their son. It was precisely because this martial art had been born alongside Yan Di that Yan Di had remained dormant within the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud all this time. It was only after 2,000 years had passed in the outside world that he had finally succeeded, bringing with him a unique martial art that he had been born with him into this world. As for whether his descent into the Eight Extremities world was a coincidence or not, it was still hard to guess now. This martial art that Yan Di had been born with focused on the concept rather than the technique. There was no difference between cultivating the sword or the saber. It was just that with this, the Heaven Emperor, Lang Qing, Zhuangshen and the others had all been fooled. Due to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, Yan Di's appearance had been affected as well, such that even the Heaven Emperor who had seen the portrait of the exalted gold luminary had not noticed anything wrong. Still, descendants of the Sword Sovereign's lineage would not be mistaken. Knowing the miraculous uses of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud of the past, they would not have overlooked it due to their age. Yan Di's name itself was sufficient to explain this. Furthermore, his martial arts conception and his closeness with the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud were the clearest proof that no one could impersonate him. Now that I think about it, the roving Jade Heavens did not have any malicious intent in providing me with the immortal trapping sword. Instead, it was because of my grandmother. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The feeling of having someone above is really not bad. In the Eight Extremities world that year, while there had been enemies like the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as one of the 6 great sacred grounds of the Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain had also been rather domineering. It was just that after coming to the world beyond worlds, he would have to fight for everything from scratch. As the vanguard, Yan Zhaoge himself had truly spent quite a bit of effort on this. But for a mischievous person like him, what he liked to hear the most was that sentence. Yan Zhaoge, don't you just have a good father? Now that he could relive his old dreams, Yan Zhaoge was in an extremely good mood. Conversely, the mouths of the Heaven Emperor, the Western Exalt Lang Qing, the Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven and the others were filled with bitterness now. Now, they understood why Jie Mingkong would make a move. Perhaps it was more due to the Sword Sovereign's request. Still, it was indeed not polite of the female emperor to say that she would be willing to help. The higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds all knew that the female emperor's master was the exalted water luminary of Kunlun Mountain's 9 luminaries who had been ranked alongside the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintang. My master has a cold personality and rarely has close friends. Of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, he was only on good terms with the exalted gold luminary. Jie Mingkong said mildly, for that, even if the sword sovereign did not instruct me, I would still come to obstruct you, Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor resembled a stone statue as he hovered in mid-air at this moment. Many of Yan Zhaoge's guesses had been discussed with Yan Di that day. At this moment, Yan Di was able to understand many of his earlier doubts. His feelings were a little more complex. Sucking in a deep breath and composing himself, Yan Di first thanked the female emperor before cupping his hands towards Bai Tao and the others. Bai Tao hurriedly said that he did not deserve it. Yan Di said, like the Heaven Emperor and the other exalts, this is also the first time this Yan has heard of this matter. I am unable to calm my emotions now. I hope that we will have a chance to meet the Sword Sovereign when he returns to the world beyond worlds. It is only normal for you to have such a reaction upon hearing of this matter, Bai Tao nodded understandingly. The black-clothed youth beside him suddenly said, if Master were here, he would probably not want you to call him Emperor, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan. Instead, he would prefer you to call him Senior Apprentice Brother. Yan Di smiled, about to speak when Lang Qing said unwillingly, please reconsider, Sword Sovereign and Female Emperor. It is not just Yan Zhaoge who has obtained the dim radiant wheel. Yan Di's wife, Yan Zhaoge's mother, is precisely the descendant of the bright connection emperor Hu Yuexin, Xue Chuqing. Their entanglements and critical relationships are beyond imagination. Before he could speak, that black-clothed youth raised a hand, a streak of light flying into the sky. Chapter 1042. The hopes of the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangshen, Lang Qing and the others had yet to be extinguished. For them, their last hope was the attitude of the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. For thousands of years, the 3 sovereigns had reigned supreme in the world beyond worlds. Amongst them, the earthly sovereign had always been their leader. The concealed sovereign lived in seclusion and rarely expressed his opinions. In most cases, he would tacitly support the earthly sovereign's decision. The world beyond world's current attitude towards the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia stemmed from the earthly sovereign's decision. The reason the lineage of Yan Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had vanished without a trace in the world beyond worlds was also due to the attitude of the earthly sovereign. Even though the sword sovereign didn't support it, he didn't oppose it either. That was why Lang Qing, Taoist One Heaven, and the others were searching for Xue Chuqing. Even though the earthly sovereign had not given any clear orders, the fact that the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing had been searching for Xue Chuqing in the central June Heaven territory all this while, more or less, indicated that something was amiss. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge's obtaining of the dim radiant wheel or their relationship with Xue Chuqing, it had all been taboo in the world beyond worlds over the years. If the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign were to express their stance, there might still be a chance to turn the situation around. Elder Wang isn't willing to do it himself. Could it be that he already knows the relationship between the Sword Emperor and the Yan clan? A thought quickly flashed through Lang Qing's mind, but since he's willing to lend out the breath soil, it means that he and His Majesty, the earthly sovereign, aren't happy to see the Sword Sovereign and the Yan clan being too deeply involved. Just as he was thinking, he saw the black-clothed youth beside Bai Tao raise his hand. The sword light suddenly appeared and streaked across the horizon. It bloomed in the sky and turned into a ball of light and shadow. The light gradually solidified and formed a human figure. Seeing this figure, the hearts of the Heaven Primordial Emperor, Lang Qing and the others involuntarily sank. Looking at the silhouetted figure in the air, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a middle-aged man in ancient attire with a high crown. He looked to be around 40 years of age, his face calm and his gaze sharp. He was like a sword that could split open the heavens, but he did not show any sharpness. He just stood there, like a lonely peak that pierced through the clouds, making people look up to him. This dignified, solemn middle-aged man was the disciple of the exalted gold luminary who was currently one of the world beyond worlds' three sovereigns, the Sword Sovereign. Central June Heaven Territory, the master of Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag. Sword Emperor, Yuzhenbei. This light figure wasn't conversing. Instead, it was Yuzhenbei's reply after his disciple contacted Yuzhenbei, who was still in the void's outskirts. Previously, only Bai Tao's group of three had seen this image, but now, everyone else had seen it as well. Everything I've accomplished in my life came from my teacher. The Sword Emperor didn't speak quickly, but every word was sonorous and powerful, like the collision of gold and iron. My master only left behind a single bloodline. I will do my best to ensure his safety, even in front of Elder Jiang and Elder Yang. All these years, I've always kept my promise. If someone breaks the promise, then don't blame my sword for not recognizing them. Although the message was left a long time ago, everyone present could still feel the fierceness and decisiveness of the message. At this moment, the originally heavy and blunt Sword Emperor suddenly revealed a shocking sharpness. The terrifying sword will seem to have transcended the limits of time, coming from the past to the present, transcending the limits of space, descending from the void to the upper realm. Even the two true immortals, the female empress and the Qian emperor, were shocked. The so-called Elder Jiang and Elder Yang referred to the other two sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. Whoever dared to show themselves now would have to bear the sharpness of the Sword Emperor. Even against the earthly sovereigns and concealed sovereigns, the Sword Emperor would still draw his sword and battle them on this matter. The southwestern Exalt Bai Tao now looked at the northwestern Exalt Lien Zilan, saying softly, "Northwest Lien, please leave. My Jade Capital Crag will attempt to mediate the matter of your Red Sea's loss in the future. If you do not leave now, you will inevitably hurt our past relationship." Lien Zilan sighed. Lien Zilan dares not forget the Sword Emperor's kindness to me. Since it is a decree of the Sword Emperor, I will obey. I only hope that when the Sword Emperor finds that Xue Chuqing in the future, you can speak up for my Red Sea's lineage. She bowed towards the image of the Sword Emperor in the sky before turning and leaving. The gazes of the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangshen, Lang Qing and Taoist One Heaven simultaneously flickered as a bad premonition arose within their hearts. Indeed, that black-clothed youth said, "Senior apprentice Uncle Yan, Junior apprentice Brother Yan, it is their ability that Broad Creed Mountain was able to defend the Royal Reed Sea safely. Still, since you have specifically chosen Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony to visit, it would be unbecoming of you to leave without leaving behind any congratulatory gifts." The Heaven Emperor frowned. Jade Capital Crag is really too domineering. This humble Taoist is willing to let this go on account of the Sword Sovereign's face. Still, the Sword Sovereign is still able to reign supreme in the world beyond worlds. You have great enmity with Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen and Junior Apprentice Brother Yen of Broad Creed Mountain. Bai Tao shook his head, sighing, "My master cherishes talent, considering that Taoism is currently in the ascendant. Talents are hard to come by, and it is not easy for you to cultivate. Otherwise, even if Qilin Cliff is dissatisfied, they would still not let this go. Now, it is merely a reminder from my master." The pupils of the Heaven Emperor, Lang Qing and the others abruptly dilated. So what if he is domineering? That black-clothed youth had an indifferent expression on his face. "You came here to pick a fight. Now, you think you can come and go as you please?" He turned and said to Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, "This is my master's first congratulatory gift. He said that when he returns to the world beyond worlds in the future, he will personally come to congratulate us." Before his words had landed, the image of the Sword Sovereign within the sky condensed into a streak of sword light, descending before Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. "Thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu," Yen Zhaoge blinked, looking at his father. Yen Di smiled, "Since you are using the sword, I'll leave it to you then." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge raised a hand to receive that sword light. The scenes before his eyes instantly changed. Amidst the dim, chaotic primordial universe, a streak of light that was bright to the extreme suddenly appeared. A streak of light separated the chaotic primordial universe, the chaotic elements of earth, water, fire and wind rampaging chaotically in all directions before regaining stability. Yin and Yang were separated, primordial chaos having just opened, clear qi rising while turbid qi descended. A brand new world of creation was established, the heavens and earth being opened. Amidst this majestic scene, the powerful concept of opening the heavens and splitting the earth permeated the entire universe as it was unstoppable. Good sword art, Yan Zhaoge praised, looking at the Heaven Emperor and the others. Seeing that sword light, the Heaven Emperor sighed, not saying anything as he turned and left, his figure instantly vanishing amidst space. The Western Exalt Lang Qing and the Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven had the same reaction as well, each executing their own abilities as they speedily left the royal reed sea. Still, as Yan Zhaoge brandished his sword, the sword light in his hand vanished. The next moment, a sword shadow flickered past in mid-air. That sword shadow resembled a banner whilst also resembling an axe whilst also easily breaking through space. 3 muffled groans resounded simultaneously. The formless and formless Western Exalt Lang Qing who had transformed into space was forcibly squeezed out of the fractured space, various parts of his body distorting strangely. The Eastern Exalt Daoist One Heaven who had unleashed an instant's thunder with all his true essence instantly blazing, unleashing an instant's thunder was broken through by a single sword as his right arm was severed. The Heaven Emperor first executed Heaven Earth within sleeve, his sleeve instantly splitting apart. Thick earth rose from within his sleeve, verdant green trees towering into the heavens. The next moment, however, the great earth shattered and the massive trees snapped. Chapter 1043. One sword split the sky, sweeping away everything in its path. Although it was only a single sword strike, the Heaven Emperor and the other two did not intend to stay and fight again, hurriedly leaving. In the broken void, there was no sense of destruction. Instead, Yin and Yang were separated, and the 4 images were born. It was as if a whole new world was about to be born. Is this the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword? It truly lives up to its reputation. Yan Zhaoge watched the swordlight disappear into the distance before retracting his gaze. The Southern Exalt Zhuangshen was still standing calmly there at this moment. His expression was rather strange as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, seemingly seeing them for the first time. Yan Zhaoge was also looking at Zhuangshen. The Southwestern Exalt Bai Tao said, "Southern Zhuang, you." Zhuangshen's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. "Between obtaining the later earth text and killing you, it is hard for me to say which is more important to His Majesty the Heaven Emperor. But to me, perhaps that phoenix bone was more important in the past, but that is no longer the case now. His Majesty, the Heaven Emperor, is willing to retreat because he has reached the true immortal realm, and there is still hope in his heart." Zhuangshen said calmly, "As long as the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign are willing to come out and suppress the sword sovereign at the same time, he will still have a chance." But after today's battle, Zhuangshen already knew that he did not have a chance like the Heaven Emperor. The true immortal Great Emperor was still high and mighty. While Zhuangshen also acknowledged that as time passed, with the strength and potential of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, so long as they were able to attain the human exalt stage, they would not have to fear the Heaven Emperor. But that still needed time, and it was still unknown. Still, to him, Zhuangshen, the current Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were already capable of contending against him, an exalted human exalt. Meanwhile, this pair of father and son were of the 8th and 7th level of the martial saint realm respectively. As soon as he thought of this, Zhuangshen's heart sank. He had a premonition that if he couldn't win today, he wouldn't be able to win in the future. When a cultivator reached Zhuangshen's level, pride and confidence were inevitable. They firmly believed in their own strength and would not easily submit to others. However, in his current realm, the premonitions he had about things that were related to him were often very accurate and not groundless. This was especially so when Zhuangshen saw the grand simplicity splendor cloud above Yan Di's head. If he could obtain Tang Yonghao's phoenix bone from Golden Court Mountain and obtain the true intent of the dawn mist of moral virtue, he would be able to cultivate all 5 virtues. Innate five virtues exist together, invulnerable to all arts, coexisting with the heavens and earth. If the heavens and earth are destroyed, then the innate five virtues will be destroyed. This was one of the top defensive methods of the Tao sect, and its defensive power was extremely shocking. Although it was just one more virtue, compared to Zhuangshen who had 4 virtues, he was much stronger. However, the head of the Grand Cosmos 5 Grands of the Grand Clear Direct Lineage, Grand Simplicity, could counter all 5 virtues. One couldn't help but lament that fate was making a fool out of people. Zhuangshen exhaled slowly, gazing at Yan Zhaoge. Having come here today, I shall settle the enmity between us. Either you die, or I die. The way things have developed to this point is completely out of my expectations, but the result is the same. If you're strong, you'll kill me. If I'm strong, I'll kill you. He said slowly, apart from that, I've never thought of a third way to leave this place. Yan Di now spoke, since you have such intentions, my broad creed mountain will give you the face of a martial practitioner. He rose into the air, coming before Zhuangshen, my son killed your son. If you want vengeance, the two of us as fathers will settle this matter. A slight commotion arose amongst the guests who had come to spectate the ceremony on Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Di was undoubtedly intending to face an exalt in a one-on-one battle to the death. It was not that they were doubting Yan Di's ability to do so. The earlier battle had already proven it. Many people found this unexpected. With the female emperor, Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, and the others present, with Broad Creed Mountain holding the absolute advantage, Yan Di was actually willing to do this. It was the female emperor Jia Mingkong and Chao Jia who were not surprised as they instead nodded. The northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu looked at the female emperor Jia Mingkong and the others. If not for the Heaven Emperor making a move, the female emperor would probably not have appeared, right? After this battle, I will pay a visit to congratulate Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony. The female emperor's expression was mild as she did not deny Lu Jinggu's words. The Sword Sovereign would look after his master's descendants, but he would not blindly protect them. Without tempering, there would be no growth. Of course, the goal of tempering was to grow, not to send them to their deaths. When a threat that clearly surpassed their limits arrived, the current number 1 sword of the world beyond worlds might be unsheathed once more after many years. If he was not in the world beyond worlds, he would also ask others to help him. The Empress took into account the ties between the previous generations of both parties into consideration. She lent a helping hand because of the same considerations. If not for an existence like the Heaven Emperor making a move, the female emperor would not have interfered either. It was just that looking at the later Earth text which still shone with radiance, the female emperor was filled with praise. She had not thought that even if she had not appeared, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would still have been able to fight. This caused her to feel much admiration towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. The 3 of the Sword Sovereign's lineage thought the same as well. Zhuangshen swiveled his head to look at Yan Di, saying slowly, that's fine too. Yan Di nodded before directly chopping towards Zhuangshen with a saber. Zhuangshen advanced, sparks flying as his sabers clashed. Above Yan Di's head, the chaotic cloud of qi expanded, resembling a blooming lotus. As the battle progressed, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Lotus suddenly expanded, enveloping the 2 of them. Before them, there was only a blurry clump of cloud with specks of light flickering within. Yan Zhaoge retracted the Earth Mother Tao ritual, raising his head to gaze at the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud amidst space. Enveloped by the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, Zhuangshen was unable to undergo nirvanic rebirth. Still, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud in this state was no longer able to protect him. Yan Di's fighting style stemmed from his usual style. Life and death duels, clashing head-on, deciding victory in a single battle. He had no intention of slowly dragging things out with his opponent. While it was said that Zhuangshen was strong in defense and weak in offense, that was only relatively speaking. The attack of a human exalt would forever be fatal to most experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. The chaotic cloud appeared peaceful and tranquil from the outside as no ripples could be seen at all. Still, everyone knew that the battle within was definitely going to be extremely dangerous. Finally, the cloud unfurled, that chaotic lotus blooming once more. Bright golden light arose from within, transforming into a golden pillar of light as it shot straight into the skies. A figure stood within the pillar of light, his white hair drifting as he had handsome features. Above his head was a golden wudong tree that was lush with leaves. It was none other than the southern exalt Zhuangshen. While everyone on Broad Creed Mountain was bewildered, Yan Zhaoge, Jie Mingkong, Lu Zhenggu and the others all smiled in unison. The next moment, the golden wudong tree above Zhuangshen's head began to wither rapidly, its branches and leaves falling, transforming into a golden rain of light that scattered in all directions, enveloping the entire sky. With the border of the two territories as their center, half of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory were now bathed in a golden rain of light. Yandi's figure now arose from the grand simplicity splendor cloud, arriving before Zhuangshen. Zhuangshen's lips moved. Then, before he could even utter a sound, he too transformed into a rain of light that dispersed into the air. An exalt had perished here. Chapter 1044. Looking at the vanishing Zhuangshen, Yan Di was silent for a moment. Elsewhere, the southeastern exalt Chao Jia and the southwestern exalt Bai Tao had rather complex expressions on their faces as well. The two of them had had many dealings with Zhuangshen of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, having had many conflicts with him. Seeing this enemy whom they had battled for many years perish now, Chao Jia and Bai Tao both shook their heads slightly. Yan Zhaoge came beside his father, gazing inquisitively at him. Yan Di nodded. It will not affect the ceremony that will follow. He cupped his hands towards the female emperor, Chao Jia, Bai Tao and Lu Zhenggu. Since that is so, the matter between our sect and the southern Blazing Heaven territory's Wudong slope shall come to an end. Today, our sect's opening ceremony shall continue as scheduled. Your presence brings light to my Broad Creed Mountain's humble abode. I have prepared some meager wine for you all to come. The female emperor Jie Mingkong said straightforwardly, that is precisely why I have come here today. Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances, the two tacitly guiding everyone to their seats. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, however, left the mountain. As that black-clothed youth had said, since they had come, how could they think of leaving without leaving something behind? Yan Zhaoge had borrowed the sword sovereign's sword to injure the Heaven Emperor and the others. Yet, it had not been as simple as just injuring them. Looking over from amidst space, the Northern Ocean clone saw 3 streaks of treasured light flickering in 3 different directions. One of them was comparatively dim, originating from a massive orb that looked gray and dull on the outside. This orb was resting on a palm, just that palm and arm had been hacked off by someone. It was clearly the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor that the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven possessed. This fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor was extremely massive as it took up more than half of its original size when complete. Still, after the previous eruption, the sacred artifact fragment was currently at a low point as it seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone smiled satisfactorily before extending a hand and keeping it. Elsewhere, there was another treasure. While it flickered with lustrous radiance, it itself seemed transparent and formless as it hovered quietly amidst space. After nearing it and looking at its flickering outline, this treasure resembled silk. So it is the splendid thousand yarn. The Northern Ocean clone recognized its characteristics. The original owner of this item had belonged to the Western Exalt Lang Qing. It was an extremely rare and precious treasure. The world beyond worlds did not produce this item. The 8 extremities realms, the vast ocean realms, the floating gate realms and the other lower realms similarly did not produce it. Even the great thousand worlds of pre-great calamity times had not produced such an item. Only in the boundless void outside the realm could the raw materials for the splendid myriad yarn be found. It was a treasure tree that did not grow in soil or water, but grew in the void. It absorbed nutrients from the void and grew transparent and shapeless silk. After collecting these threads, they would be refined and picked from thousands of miles away. Finally, they would be woven one by one, and only then would they be able to obtain a small amount of exquisite silk yarn. Treasured trees were extremely rare, and if one wanted to obtain a foot of exquisite silk yarn, they would need to gather the silk from over 100 treasured trees. After the silk was collected, the treasure tree would wither. Lang Qing's exquisite silk yarn probably used up tens of thousands of treasured trees. In the world beyond worlds, other than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there was probably only Lang Qing who could gather such a great amount of exquisite radiance thousand yarn. Moreover, with such a large amount, even if Lang Qing wanted to collect it, it would also require a long period of accumulation. And this treasure was an extremely rare crafting material. The quality of Lang Qing's magnificent rainbow thousand yarn was already extremely high. If it was further refined, it could be used as one of the materials for refining immortal weapons. Yan Zhaoge naturally accepted this with a smile. After keeping the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor and the exquisite radiance thousand yarn, the Northern Ocean clone looked towards the final item. That thing should have come from the Heaven Emperor. It was a small jade pot. While there did not seem to be anything special about it, since it was something that the Heaven Emperor always carried with him, Yan Zhaoge would naturally not let his guard down. The Northern Ocean clone carefully kept the jade flask before turning and returning to Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, on Broad Creed Mountain, within the clan's main hall at the top of the Heaven Rising Peak, Yen Di sat on the main seat. After paying his respects to the ancestors of Broad Creed Mountain, he said, "Ring the bell." The one ringing the bell at this moment was precisely Yan Zhaoge. Accompanied by his sounding of the golden bell, Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony this time could also be considered to have officially begun. The young people who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain and were prepared to go through the ceremony began to follow the instructions and went up the mountain one after another. The level of the battle just now was too high. It wasn't something they could watch from the sidelines. But this did not prevent these young people who were about to enter the sect from knowing the final result of the battle. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. These words had already been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the entire world beyond worlds for many years. Those who wished to cultivate in the martial arts would more or less have heard of them. They had once thought that it was incomparably far away. Yet, it was all right before their eyes now. Seated at the very front of the VIP seats was one of the 5 emperors, the female emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality and was currently an immortal descending into the mortal realm. While the brocade emperor who was rumored to be coming had yet to arrive, the solitary female emperor would probably be harder to invite. Besides the female emperor, of the exalts of 10 territories, 3 human exalts, the southeastern exalt, the northeastern exalt and the southwestern exalt, were present. A personal disciple of one of the 3 sovereigns, the Sword Sovereign, had arrived. Behind them, the rulers of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that had always been present, the martial practitioners of Golden Court Mountain, had arrived as well. All the renowned sects and powers of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that reigned supreme over a region had sent representatives over to congratulate them. Broad Creed Mountain's grand opening ceremony this time had been unparalleled in the world beyond worlds for the past few centuries. If one were to say that the high standard of guests was due to their popularity, what had happened earlier had sufficiently displayed Broad Creed Mountain's strength. The ruler of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, the lord of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, the southern Exalt Zhuangshen, had first been defeated by Broad Creed Mountain's disciple Yan Zhaoge before being slain by Yan Di in a one-on-one duel. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. Deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of the world beyond worlds, these were the rulers of many years, experts of legend. One of the exalts of 10 territories, Zhuangshen, had perished at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain, perishing by Yan Di's hands. Just a moment ago, this matter had already shaken the southern and southeastern territories as it would definitely spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds. The shock brought about by the death of an exalt naturally far surpassed the congratulations of 3 exalts. What was even more shocking was unquestionably the fact that the Heaven Emperor of the 5 emperors who was above the exalts of 10 territories had actually returned in defeat at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain. Even if the female emperor had not arrived, even if the majesty of the sword sovereign had not descended, the heaven emperor had actually been unable to gain any advantage in the royal Reed Sea at all. As a human martial practitioner, Yan Zhaoge had resisted an emperor of the immortal realm. This would definitely be recorded in the annals of history, becoming a legend. All of this caused the youngsters who were about to enter Broad Creed Mountain to be excited to the extreme, as they felt honored as well. Meanwhile, the guests who had come to spectate were naturally filled with admiration as well. Someone muttered to himself, "One lineage, two father and son, both fallen deities." Chapter 1045. It is rare for you to say such words. The middle-aged man who had come with Bai Tao was his junior apprentice brother Wang Pu, a personal disciple of the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei. Beside the female emperor Jie Mingkong and the southwestern exalt Bai Tao, he seemed rather inconspicuous. Still, he was a late immortal bridge martial saint, as he was one of the top few amongst the disciples of the sword sovereign's lineage at Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. While the southwestern exalt Bai Tao was the head disciple of the sword sovereign, he was stationed in the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory all year round, as he rarely returned to the central June Heaven territory's Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, under the sword emperor's tutelage, it was usually Wang Pu who helped manage the Jade Capital Crag. Looking at the black-clothed youth beside him now, he felt rather emotional. "I can count the number of times you have praised others in your decades of entering the lineage." The black-clothed youth said quietly, "It is because senior apprentice Uncle Yen and junior apprentice brother Yen are truly powerful." Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, Wang Pu too sighed in admiration. They are indeed dragons and phoenixes amongst men. He had originally intended to probe Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Thinking back on it now, he could not help but laugh as he shook his head repeatedly. Seated together with the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu also felt rather emotional. This old man had originally only acted once for the sake of bright connection, whose descendant, for the sake of my own peace of mind. Never would I have thought that things would actually end up like this. When I first saw this youth Yan Zhaoge that year, he had still yet to mature. Yet, in a mere decade or so, he is already able to command the winds and clouds of the world beyond worlds. Lu Jinggu sighed, "Such a youth is truly rare." It is the same for his father. Chao Jia was slightly dazed, his expression rather complex as he thought of what Yan Zhaoge had told him earlier. "To tell you the truth, I have already learned of some things after making a trip to the territories of the Immortal Court." Thinking of this, Chao Jia felt that it was a pity. The more outstanding Yan Zhaoge was, the greater the pity he felt. Looking at Bai Tao, Wang Pu, and the others, Chao Jia sighed inwardly, "I can only hope that the sword sovereign will have a way." As compared to the female emperor, Wang Pu, and the other guests had different thoughts. Bai Ziming, who had interacted with Yan Zhaoge before, hailing from the Floating Gate world and later joining Golden Court Mountain as a guest elder, felt rather emotional at this moment. In just over 10 short years, Broad Creed Mountain had already become a massive power whose strength even surpassed that of Golden Court Mountain. The name of the East Peak of the Taoist sect, which people disapproved of in the past, was gradually showing signs of living up to its name. Bai Ziming, on the other hand, was still attached to Golden Court Mountain. They both came from a lower realm, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Over in the Floating Gate world, the Heavy Sun sect was clearly still the #1 power, even having experts supporting them in the world beyond worlds. Yet, faced with a tiny sect like Towering Wave Pavilion that had just been re-established, they were extremely respectful, not daring to slight them in the slightest. The reason for this was none other than the fact that Yan Di's master, the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng, had some ties with Towering Wave Pavilion. He had even fallen out with the Heavy Sun sect because of this. Because of Broad Creed Mountain, Towering Wave Pavilion was virtually like an emperor emeritus in the Floating Gate world. The Heavy Sun sect did not want to be so useless. Still, the problem was that even without Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di making a move, Yuan Jingfeng, who currently stood at the peak of the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm and might ascend the Immortal Bridge at any time, would be sufficient to sweep through the heavy sun sect of the world beyond worlds. The great snowy mountain that Bai Ziming came from naturally did not need to do so. However, as he watched all this, he felt an indescribable feeling. Now that he knew of Yan Di's origins, Bai Ziming did not feel envious or jealous, as he instead felt much more at peace. When he thought up to here, Bai Ziming couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Gu Hong, and the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, sat side by side. They were all local powers of the Royal Reed Sea who had survived the Great Tribulation brought about by Shenlingzi in the past. The heavens and earth of the Royal Reed Sea had changed, its ruler had changed. Their two families, on the other hand, did not have thoughts of resisting like when the Grand Xian dynasty had reigned supreme in the past. It was not because Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had always been on good terms with them. Instead, it was because the current Broad Creed Mountain was much more powerful than the Grand Xian dynasty of the past. With the gap so great that it surpassed a certain threshold, the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea instead no longer had any other thoughts, as they obediently followed Broad Creed Mountain's lead. It was just that thinking of how the Radiant Light sect and Copper Men Island, who had resisted the Grand Xian that year, had already become history, the two could not help but sigh emotionally. The Radiant Light sect that had always been their mortal enemy, who had originated from the same source as them, no longer existed. Zhou Haosheng and the other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners felt this especially deeply. Forgive this Gu for speaking out of turn, but regarding the matter of the Dim Radiant Wheel, Chief Zhou should still be more open about it. Gu Hong sent a sound transmission to Zhou Haosheng, saying softly. Zhou Haosheng smiled bitterly. Pavilion Lord Gu worries too much. First, not mentioning how Golden Court Mountain warned us that obtaining the Dim Radiant Wheel would actually be a curse rather than a blessing. Even if this old man wanted to act willfully, how would that be possible at all? He sighed. After experiencing the Great Tribulation of the past, my Dim Darkness sect was finally not destroyed. This old man now only wishes to pass down the legacy of our founder, hoping that we can develop and grow stronger one day. The Royal Reed Sea is too small. It cannot contain Broad Creed Mountain. Hearing his words, Gu Hong nodded in deep agreement. Looking at the disciples before him who had passed the test and entered the Great Hall, preparing to enter Broad Creed Mountain, he sighed, "Today, I shall accept all the heroes under the heavens." The two exchanged glances, actually both having the same idea. While this was the first time they were officially accepting disciples for their sect, which had always been lacking in manpower, Broad Creed Mountain's test was still strict and comprehensive. Those who failed the test might not necessarily be unable to grow up. Many of the representatives of the other powers who had come to Broad Creed Mountain this time were intending to pick up some scrub. The North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect would naturally not let them off either. Despite being placed above them by a sect which had not existed in the world beyond worlds more than 10 years ago, Gu Hong and Zhou Haosheng were currently very calm. Even without today's battle, the various miracles of Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain in the past had already long since convinced them. In this time's opening ceremony, other than recruiting new disciples, Broad Creed Mountain had also made many internal adjustments which could be considered informing their fellow Taoists of the world. Those of the older generation gradually retreated from the front lines, focusing on cultivating in secluded cultivation. The positions of first-seat elders of the various important departments of the sect were increasingly taken up by third-generation disciples who had already matured. Those of the younger generation of the past gradually walked to the front of the stage. Some were sent out to guard a region, gradually beginning to manifest Broad Creed Mountain's momentum of expansion. This was what many people were concerned about, because they could attempt to judge Broad Creed Mountain's future development from this. Still, the most eye-catching thing was that while Yan Zhaoge was young, he was already one of the most important figures of Broad Creed Mountain's current core figures. He was not assigned any specific duties within the sect. While this was rather unexpected, it also seemed to be reasonable. While Yan Zhaoge was not assigned any duties, no one would doubt that his voice was the most powerful within Broad Creed Mountain. Not being assigned any duties meant that he would either be cultivating further or moving about freely, remaining outside for a long period of time. Whichever it was, others would be concerned about it. Everyone could not help but guess what this youth who had stirred up the winds and clouds of the world beyond worlds would do next. Chapter 1046. Yan Zhaoge's current strength and fame were all ridiculously high in Broad Creed Mountain. Even if he went to the assignment hall, the disciplinary hall or the martial inheritance hall to handle specific tasks, it would still feel like a waste of his talents. Unless he would soon take over Broad Creed Mountain and become its new chief. In that case, he would need to familiarize himself with daily affairs. Otherwise, with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, improving himself would be the best thing to do. To a certain extent, this was still a world where power belonged to the individual at the end of the day. When two major powers clashed, when their peak experts were locked in a stalemate with victory hard to determine, only then would the strength and numbers of the weaker experts be decided. This principle also applied to Yan Di. Therefore, since Yan Zhaoge had nothing to do, what he intended to do next would naturally draw widespread attention. It would be fine if he remained in the Royal Reed Sea to cultivate. Still, if he left, it would truly draw the attention of the entire world. The heavens and earth had been overturned the last time he had gone to the southern blazing heaven territory. This time, it would really be hard not to notice. Yan Zhaoge had originally resisted the Heaven Emperor domineeringly, causing him to retreat from Broad Creed Mountain. Still, in consideration of himself and Broad Creed Mountain, he would have to remain in Broad Creed Mountain until he could resist a true immortal without the help of the later Earth Goddess's letter in the Royal Reed Sea. While everyone believed that that day would definitely come, perhaps even not too far away, before it truly came, Yan Zhaoge would have to remain in the Royal Reed Sea stably. Still, with the appearance of the female Emperor Jie Mingkong and the southwestern Exalt Bai Tao and the others, everything was completely different. As a descendant of the exalted gold luminary and the junior apprentice nephew of the sword sovereign of the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge would be able to pass through the world beyond worlds under most circumstances. With the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign not expressing their stance, the Heaven Emperor would not dare to act rashly. With that, Yan Zhaoge would not have to remain in Broad Creed Mountain as he would be able to move about freely. The revelation of Yan Di's origins, his and Yan Zhaoge's identities as well as his relationship with the Sword Sovereign and the death of the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen would definitely be the most shocking news in the world beyond worlds in recent years. Still, while they were surprised, most people did not find it unacceptable after Yan Zhaoge forcibly resisted the Heaven Emperor and Yan Di slew the Southern Exalt. While they were a little envious of Yan Zhaoge and his father's fortuitous encounters, that was all. No one had the thought of Broad Creed Mountain flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. Everyone was thinking that he was worthy of being the descendant of a prestigious family. Now, everyone was more concerned about what Broad Creed Mountain would do next. It was clear that the shallow waters of the Royal Reed Sea were already hard-pressed to nurture true dragons. In the battle of their opening ceremony today, the strength that Broad Creed Mountain had displayed had even surpassed that of Golden Court Mountain. Their next course of action tugged at everyone's heartstrings. This was especially so after the Southern Exalt Zhuangshen had perished. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, which had already suffered grievous casualties in the Battle of Circumference Mountain that year, had completely lost its pillar of support. Without a doubt, the Southern Blazing Heaven territory was about to change. Would Broad Creed Mountain make use of this to advance westwards, becoming the new hegemon of the South? What do the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign think? With the grand opening ceremony having concluded and the various guests having been sent off, those who remained on the mountain were all peak figures who were closely related to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, asking, "The earthly sovereign is still in extra-dimensional space, but the Earth Exalt is in the world beyond worlds. The concealed sovereign himself is in secluded cultivation in Kunlun Mountain's restful immortal valley. The female Emperor Jie Mingkong had already sealed herself in ice once more now. While she was aware of all that was happening in the outside world, she remained silent once more. Yan Zhaoge looked at the three of Jade Capital Crag's lineage. Does this mean that those two emperors have tacitly approved of senior apprentice Uncle Yu's decision? There has always been a general tacit understanding between them. The Southwestern Exalt Bai Tao said, as long as senior apprentice Uncle Yen and you are fine this time, Master will not make things difficult for the Heaven Emperor. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Yuan Jingfeng and the others of Broad Creed Mountain exchanged looks, all thinking, the Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign probably have disagreements on many matters. Meanwhile, the Earthly Sovereign was likely aware of Yan Di's matter as well. The Earthly Sovereign's lineage should not be aware of the details, only knowing that the exalted gold luminary had left behind a descendant. In order to ensure that Yan Di's growth was not disturbed, the Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign might have come to an agreement and compromise. Regarding the matter of the dim radiant Emperor in Tianxia that year, the Sword Sovereign had neither supported nor opposed the Earthly Sovereign's decision. The Kunlun Nine luminaries had gradually become a legend as few of the middle and lower tier martial practitioners and ordinary citizens of the world beyond worlds knew about it. Even with the Sword Sovereign's respect for his master, the exalted gold luminary, he had still tacitly approved of this as part of the agreement and compromise. Now, after more than 2,000 years, Yan Di had finally truly descended into this world from the grand simplicity splendor cloud, having grown up and returned to the world beyond worlds. How would the situation of the world beyond worlds develop from now on? Unless Master slays the Heaven Emperor, the concealed sovereign will not interfere. Wang Pu said, it should be said that the concealed sovereign does not care about most matters beneath the heavens. Generally speaking, he tacitly approves of the earthly sovereign's decisions, seldom expressing his own opinions. It was not that the Heaven Emperor had a deep relationship with the concealed sovereign. Instead, he was an emperor who had pushed open the door to immortality. To Taoism, which had many things to do in post-Great Calamity times, he was extremely precious. If there was no special reason, the three sovereigns would do their best to protect him. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge pondered in silence. From this perspective, the situation of the dim radiant emperor in Tianxia and the bright connection emperor Hu Yuexin was even more interesting. Looking around at Yuan Jingfeng and Fang Zhuan as well as Wang Pu and the others, Yan Zhaoge temporarily did not mention the matter of his mother and the immortal court, preparing to ask them privately later. Wang Pu now said, in consideration of his past relationship with Grand Master, the concealed sovereign will likely not help either side. Still, it is hard to say what the earthly sovereign's decision will be. His voice turned slightly more solemn. While no one from Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff has directly interfered this time, the Heaven Emperor and Southern Zhuang's lot have the shadow of Qilin Cliff behind them. The treasure which cut off the water of the Dynasty River earlier is likely the later heaven-living soil of the earthly sovereign's lineage. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh? Later heaven-living soil? Wang Pu explained, setting off from Kunlun Mountain, we discovered that the spiritual chi flow of the Screen Moat Snowy Mountain at the source of the Dynasty River was abnormal such that the Dynasty River actually stopped flowing. After heading to the Screen Moat Snowy Mountain to investigate, we discovered that the source of the river had been blocked. After the female emperor made a move to dispel it, she discovered that the treasure which cut off the water of the Dynasty River had been specially treated by someone, vanishing without a trace as soon as it was dispelled. Still, there are only those few types of treasures which have such miraculous effects. Being able to cause even the female emperor to be unable to preserve it, its owner is virtually obvious. Wang Pu said, with no actual proof in hand, everyone just feigned ignorance. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering. He suddenly had a guess. Could the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing be plotting something else? Chapter 1047. The Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing had no personal enmity with Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. If there was a conflict between the two, it would lie in 2 points. One was the dim radiant will that Yan Zhaoge possessed. The other was Yan Di's wife, Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge's mother. The root cause of these two was that the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia and the bright connection emperor Hu Yuexin had likely done something that disagreed with the earthly sovereign. The concealed sovereign was likely on the earthly sovereign's side in this matter. If it was because of the dim radiant wheel, Yan Zhaoge's whereabouts would not be hard to find. Those of the earthly sovereign's lineage at Qilin Cliff would probably have long since come knocking. Therefore, it could only be because of Xue Chuqing whose whereabouts were uncertain. Xue Chuqing herself was not important. What was important was that she might possess some treasure or know some secret. This was what the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing valued. As the Lord of the Central June Heaven Territory and the Chief Steward of the entire world beyond worlds, since Yan Zhaoge and his father had the Sword Sovereign supporting them, the Heaven Emperor, Zhuangshen and the others would naturally be helpless against them. Under such circumstances, there was no need for him to pay attention to their enmity. His attention was naturally placed on other matters. Is there such a possibility? With today's chance, us father and son will become famous, our relationship with senior apprentice Uncle Yu known to the entire world. Thus, mother will be misled. Yan Zhaoge sent to Yan Di via sound transmission, mother will be misled into thinking that the sword sovereign who neither supported nor opposed her before will protect her now, thus no longer hiding and coming to find us. Yan Di's tone was icy cold. That is not impossible. Still, he is wrong in thinking this. He probably does not want to have a head-on conflict with senior apprentice Uncle Yu's Jade Capital Crag. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. Instead, he wants to intercept us midway, not letting us know at all. Since his whereabouts were unknown before, his whereabouts will forever be unknown then. Cold light flickered within Yan Di's eyes as he pondered momentarily before saying, they will be watching us now, but we will be watching them too. Precisely so, Yan Zhaoge nodded. The northeastern Exalt Lu Xinggu now said, since the earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign will not directly interfere, it should not be a problem for Broad Creed West to enter the southern Blazing Heaven territory. Setting up the 10 directions wishful formation again will require around 100 years. Barring any major accidents, Southern Zhuang's death will not affect the overall situation of the world beyond worlds. Zhuangshen, Peng He, Zhang Shuren and many other peak experts had perished. While Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope still had the 9th level Martial Saint Phoenix crying Southern Territory, Mao Yuancheng, they were already destined to be unable to rule over the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. In order to avoid Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain coming back to find trouble with them, Wudong Slope's lineage would definitely have to go into hiding or even migrate. Southern Zhuang is a character. As long as Wudong Slope doesn't conspire against us in secret, our sect doesn't have any plans to exterminate them. Yan Di said, still, if they do not give up, I do not mind ending this lineage of theirs. The Southwestern Exalt Bai Tao said, in the current world beyond worlds, there are a few martial practitioners of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm who are merely a half step away from the human Exalt stage, able to break through at any time. Others might not know, but people at their level had heard of it. However, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan, you and Junior Apprentice Brother Yan possess extraordinary strength. While you are only at the Immortal Bridge realm, you are comparable to Exalts. While you are lacking in terms of status, it would not be difficult for you to reign supreme over the South in terms of strength. Bai Tao continued, as Elder Lu of the Northeast says, the current vacancy of the 10 Exalts does not affect us greatly. Also, someone should be able to fill it very soon. Even if there isn't, with your strength and potential, you will definitely be able to ascend to the human Exalt stage in less than 100 years. Chao Jia and Lu Xinggu both nodded. Actually, even if someone immediately broke through to the human Exalt stage now and filled in Zhuangshen's position, it would still be very awkward. Broad Creed Mountain was on good terms with Golden Court Mountain. Therefore, they did not intend to venture too deeply into the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. They would not stand on ceremony with other directions. At that time, how would the new Southern Exalt face the 2 Immortal Bridge Martial Saints who were likely to be stronger than him, not weaker? Also, these 2 Immortal Bridge Martial Saints were of the same family. Let alone newly ascended Exalts, even the other 9 exalts of 10 territories aside from the upper exalt Qin Qianhua and the earth exalt Wang Xingqing would be facing a tough task. It is not that there are no exceptions. Chao Jia and Lu Jinggu's hearts jolted slightly as their gazes focused on the same person. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were actually also looking at that black-clothed youth beside Bai Tao at this moment. Senior apprentice brother Nye should be one of those who might be able to attain the human exalt stage at any time? Yan Zhaoge asked. A warm smile appeared on the black-clothed youth's usually cold, resolute face. I can do it now. Still, I will wait a little longer. I have come here this time to congratulate senior apprentice Uncle Yan and junior apprentice brother Yan's broad Creed Mountain. It is not that my jade capital crag wants the position of an exalt. His tone was casual as if he was speaking of something that could not be any more ordinary. In the ears of ordinary people, it would probably be like a sudden clap of thunder. Yet, everyone present, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Yuan Jingfeng and those of broad Creed Mountain, did not feel surprised at all. Earlier, the Heaven Emperor and the others had mainly focused their attention on the female emperor, Jie Mingkong. Yet, when Bai Tao and the others had appeared, other than the Heaven Emperor whose expression was as per usual, Zhuang Shen, Lang Qing and the others all clearly showed signs of fear. They were not just afraid of their jade capital crag background. Instead, they were afraid of their own strength. It was just that the person whom Zhuang Shen and the others were particularly concerned about was not the southwestern exalt Bai Tao who was also one of the 10 exalts. Instead, it was the silent and cold black-clothed youth. 200 years ago, Little Sword God. 100 years ago, Young Master Tian. This was a rather widespread saying in the world beyond worlds. Apart from this proverb, there was another one that was equally famous. Kunlun God Shocking Dragon, Youth. 8 Sects. The latter half of these two sentences referred to the same person, the former heavenly young master and current upper exalt, Qin Qianhua. Before Qin Qianhua had ascended to the human exalt realm, he had roamed the world beyond worlds, guiding and educating the 8 major powers and helping them perfect and improve their martial arts. These 8 great forces were spread all over the world, and now they had all become famous sects that dominated a region. The southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Green Peak Plateau's 3-foot mountain was merely one of them. The 8 great orthodox sects each had their own strengths and techniques. Their styles differed greatly, but they all had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and their martial arts were exquisite. However, the martial arts of the 8 great sects had all benefited from Qin Qianhua's guidance, which was why they could achieve what they were today. At that time, although Qin Qianhua was young and had yet to reach the supremacy stage, he was already secretly regarded as the leader of the 8 great sections. As a result, it was known as the 8 great sects of youth points. The first half of the second sentence, Kunlun's God Shocking Dragon, referred to another person. This person's name was Nye Jingshan. While he was younger than Long Xueji and Qin Qianhua, he was publicly acknowledged by the world beyond worlds as yet another supreme genius after the Little Sword God and the Heavenly Young Master. Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag, Sword Sovereign Yuzhenbei's closed-door disciple. Awakening God's Sword, Nye Jingshan. It was rumored that he was an orphan and the Sword Emperor had met him by chance. When they met, the Sword Emperor's saber vibrated on its own in the sheath. Even the Sword Emperor was surprised by his strangeness. He brought him back to the Jade Capital Crag to be raised and named him Nye Jingshan. His name was Jingshan, and his title was Jingshan. His swordsmanship was so shocking that even ghosts and gods would weep. He had battled the lofty northwestern exalt Lien Zilan to a draw that year. That battle was just a spar, so it was considered a draw. Apart from themselves, no one knew what would happen if they fought to the death. Only Lien Zilan's words were passed down. Under the Sword Emperor's tutelage, God-shaking ranked first. At that time, Nye Jingshan had been an 8th-level martial saint. Chapter 1048. The current Nie Jingshan had already long since attained the 9th level of the martial saint realm. At the same time, he was also the publicly acknowledged martial practitioner of the world beyond worlds who was most likely to become a new human exalt. Qing Shizi and the others were similar to him in terms of their cultivation basis, as they were only a half step away from the human exalt realm, able to cross over at any time. Still, for Qing Shizi and the others, even having taken this half step first was not something worth rejoicing over in the least. In the world beyond worlds, some busybody had once suggested such a thing. Of the martial saints, the person ranked first was unquestionably the upper exalt Chen Qianhua. The person ranked second was unquestionably the earth exalt Wang Jingsheng. Yet, the person ranked third was the 9th level martial saint Nie Jingshan. Due to the authority of the exalts of 10 territories, this saying had not been widely acknowledged and spread. Still, it was worth pondering the fact that none of the human immortals, Nie Jingshan's senior apprentice brother the southwestern exalt by Tao included, had been angered by this saying. Now, those who understood the situation were actually all looking forward to what would happen when Nie Jingshan attained the human exalt realm and attained the human exalt body. The little sword god Long Xueji, who had still been active under the pseudonym of Qian Xueji, had been in the world beyond worlds for too short a time, as few people knew about him now. Everyone wanted to see who was superior between the heavenly young master and the shocking god's sword. Now, a new legend had arisen. The phrase, a lineage of 2 father and son, both fallen deities, was rapidly spreading throughout the world beyond worlds now. The ones being evaluated were Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, having resisted the Heaven Emperor in the Battle of the Royal Reed Sea and slain the Southern Exalt. The one evaluating them was the most outstanding young expert of the world beyond worlds, the shocking god sword Nie Jingshan. With the two combined, the reputation of the Yen family's 2 fallen deities was naturally deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts at the fastest possible speed. Many people felt emotional. The resurgence of Taoism in the world beyond worlds was truly beginning to show some signs. Aside from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, shocking, peerless martial practitioners had appeared in an endless stream in recent centuries. Long Xueji, who had shocked the world for a brief moment, Chen Qianhua, who was the #1 martial saint today, Nie Jingshan, who was not an exalt but surpassed an exalt, and then there was Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, who had risen to fame over the past decade or so. In the era following the decline of Taoism following the Great Calamity, all of them could be said to be geniuses rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Meanwhile, they had all gathered together in these few hundred years, causing everyone to feel that the many years of accumulation after the Great Calamity had finally come to an end. Yen Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain had long since heard the rumors of Nie Jingshan. It was just that before today, he didn't expect the 2 of them to have such a relationship. While it was said that Nie Jingshan was the person in the world beyond worlds who was closest to the human exalt stage, those outside of Jade Capital Crag did not know that this black-cloaked youth had already reached the point where he could take that step at any time. Perhaps, if not for the matter of Broad Creed Mountain today, he would have just taken that step. And now, following Nie Jingshan's declaration, it was equivalent to saying that it would not be difficult for Broad Creed Mountain to advance into the southern Blazing Heaven territory. None of the other late Immortal Bridge martial saints who had the ability to achieve the human exalt stage within a short period of time were confident of suppressing Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. Even if they succeeded in taking that step, they would not be willing to go to the southern Blazing Heaven territory to bear the lightning tribulation. It's just that your sect has inherited the legendary name of the East Peak of Taoism, but you're going to develop in the south, Wang Pu said with a smile. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, his eyes shining brightly as it was unknown what he was thinking about. Everyone, this Yen has a request that I hope that you will not be stingy with your assistance, Yen Di now said. I would especially like to trouble the female emperor. Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, Wang Pu, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces as they felt curious. Yen Di was such a proud and unyielding person that he rarely asked for help. He had been fearless even when facing the pressure of the Heaven Emperor and the 4 exalts earlier. Now, he had actually taken the initiative to ask for help. This could be said to be an extremely rare thing. Yen Di said, I have a senior apprentice brother of mine. There is something wrong with his descendants. I couldn't detect it before, but as the cultivation bases of this yen and my son grew higher and higher, we finally discovered it. Still, the things that we can see through are still limited. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help in analyzing it. While he and Yen Zhaoge possessed outstanding strength that far surpassed that of ordinary people, there were still some things that could only be done with a sufficient cultivation base. It is related to the 9 underworlds, Yen Zhaoge said solemnly now. Due to having been in the heavenly court's divine palace in pre-great calamity times, his knowledge and discernment had been extremely great, as he was even able to see through some things that Yen Di was unable to. Still, having only just stepped into the immortal bridge stage, he would definitely be limited in some areas. Hearing the name of the 9 underworlds, the expressions of Nye Jingshen, Chao Jia, Bai Tao and the others all turned solemn. That was an existence that stood against the entire great 1,000 worlds in pre-great calamity times, a land of filth and evil beneath the heavens. Numerous devils danced chaotically, experts innumerable. The 9 underworlds seemed to have been affected by the great calamity as well. Still, they still pervasively invaded all the worlds of post-great calamity times. In the 8 extremities world that year, a devilish door had once been opened, with true devils nearly descending. Now that it had been sealed, the 8 extremities world could finally heave a sigh of relief. This was also the limit of what they could do. No one would even think of counterattacking. It was unlike the Flame Devil world, whose strongest expert was merely a great Flame Devil King equivalent to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, who had even been slain by Yen Di and the others in formation back then. While the Flame Devils possessed a massive home ground advantage as their strength was boosted, after Yuan Jingfeng and the others had stepped into the Seeing Divinity stage, they were no longer worth mentioning. As the one who had suffered the most from the invasion of the Flame Devils, Broad Creed Mountain's first action after its strength was no longer what it had been in the past, was to launch a counterattack on the Flame Devil world, completely destroying it. The current Flame Devil world had already completely become history. However, the 9 underworlds was a completely different concept altogether. Invading the 8 extremities world was merely a special characteristic of the 9 underworlds. The devils who had nearly descended that year were merely 2 or 3 small kittens to the entire 9 underworlds. The true great devils targeted the entire great 1,000 worlds, not paying much attention to lower worlds like the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world and the floating gate world. Therefore, other than the devils in the vicinity of the 8 extremities world feeling despondent and unresigned, the great 9 underworlds door in the earth domain of the 8 extremities world did not affect them at all. Meanwhile, those of the 8 extremities world would not take the initiative to open the devilish door. It was just that Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen's situation was very special. Being able to cause even Yen Zhaoge, who was currently at the immortal bridge stage, to be unable to ascertain their background, it meant that the devil who had left a mark on them back then was definitely not simple. Such great devils were limited in the first place. Yen Zhaoge being unable to confirm it was actually equivalent to having locked onto some potential targets. He had a guess, just that he was unable to confirm it. Nine underworlds. The female emperor Jie Mingkong, who had originally sealed herself in ice again after the opening ceremony and had not spoken a word, now seemed very concerned. The ice sculpture emitted a faint luster as her voice resounded by everyone's ears. "Let me see." "Thank you for your trouble, female emperor." Yen Di looked towards Fang Zhuan, who nodded, retrieving an ice coffin. Within the transparent ice coffin, a woman's eyes were closed as though she was in a deep slumber. It was precisely Shi Jun's mother, Shi Songtao's wife, Ing Yuzhen. Having received instructions earlier, Shi Jun had been waiting outside. Now, he inhaled deeply and entered as ordered. Chapter 1049. Shi Jun sat in a lotus position with his eyes closed. At this moment, a strange mark vaguely appeared on his forehead. That was the seal hidden in the depths of his soul, which had been activated by female Emperor Jie Mingkong. Jie Mingkong was still within the ice layer, as if she was sleeping. However, the luster on the surface of the ice sculpture was never extinguished. On the other side, there was also a mark on Yun's forehead, which was different from the one on Shijun's forehead. However, they both emitted a strange and gloomy devilish qi. Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't make a sound. They observed those marks while waiting. After a while, the luster on the surface of the ice sculpture gradually disappeared. The marks on Shijun and Yun's foreheads also temporarily disappeared. I'm ashamed. I also can't see through it. Female Emperor's voice resounded. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. Even a true immortal can't see through it. A great devil with such methods must be extraordinary. In this way, the scope of suspicion has been reduced once again. Female Emperor obviously had the same conclusion. Before the Great Calamity, both Taoism and Buddhism often exterminated devils. Many great devils of the 9 underworlds were killed. After the Great Calamity, the 9 underworlds were also affected and suffered heavy casualties. Although devils were reborn after dying, claiming to be undying and imperishable, nothing was absolute. It wasn't impossible to exterminate devils. The number of active great devils in the 9 underworlds is limited. Female Emperor said slowly, however, some devils might have left behind some tricks before they perished, seeking to be reborn after death. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. This was actually his previous guess, which had finally been verified now. However, he didn't know where the tricks on Shijun and Yun came from. Yan Di looked at Nie Jingshan, Bai Tao, and Wang Pu. Jun He and his mother are the descendants of my senior apprentice brother. That senior apprentice brother has already passed away. I should take care of his descendants with all my heart. After senior apprentice brother Yu returns from the void's outskirts, I might have to trouble him to take a look. Bai Tao said, senior apprentice Uncle Yan is a righteous person. I believe Master will understand. Sword Sovereign Yu Zhenbei himself had spent thousands of years cultivating for the sake of his master's orphan. Moreover, from another point of view, this matter involves the 9 nether, so Master will definitely not let his guard down. Bai Tao added, even without your relationship with senior apprentice Uncle Yan, Master would still ask about this matter. After all, the great devils of the 9 underworlds involved could be extremely powerful. At this time, Wang Pu said, if it's possible, don't spread the news further. Wait until Master returns. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and the others of Broad Creed Mountain slowly nodded. If it's possible, I hope that the little brothers and their mothers can follow us back to the north peak of Kunlun Mountain. Bai Tao said, no one knows when the mark of the great devil will change. After returning to Kunlun Mountain, if there were any changes before the Sword Emperor returned, he could ask the female Empress to help deal with it. If even the Empress couldn't handle it, they could simply ask the concealed Emperor, who lived in seclusion in the Kunlun Mountains, to help them. Yan Di said, I'm afraid that it will cause too much trouble for Jade Capital Crag, and there will also be risks involved. It's fine. Wang Pu shook his head, if there really is a calamity, the possibility of it being contained at Kunlun Mountain is still greater than over here in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. With the female Empress or even the concealed Emperor making a move, the damage caused would instead be less. Yan Di pondered for a moment before cupping his hands, since that is so, I will be troubling you. The trio hurriedly said that they dared not. The female Empress who was sealed in ice did not speak, clearly tacitly agreeing to this. Hearing this from the side, Shijun felt rather reluctant to part with his clan. Still, thinking that this was for the good of him and his mother, he said nothing as he listened to the arrangements. After discussing the matter of Shijun and Yun, their conversation came to a temporary halt. Still, after this, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di specially went to the guesthouse to visit the southeastern exalt Chao Jia in private. As soon as they met, Chao Jia already knew why they had come. I have come this time for the matter of my mother. Please tell me about it, Southeastern Exalt, Yan Zhaoge said straightforwardly. Chao Jia glanced at Yan Di, right, while you have yet to attain the human Exalt stage, with the grand simplicity splendor cloud accompanying you, you should be fine. It is just that you, looking at Yan Zhaoge, he could not help but sigh. I am deeply grateful for the Southeastern Exalt's concern, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, perhaps it is because of the dim radiant wheel or the final art of the dim radiant 12 arts, peerless infinity, that while I have made a trip to the immortal court and learned of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, there is nothing special about it. It should not be possible to illuminate you just like that, giving birth to the treasured light of the power of faith. Chao Jia was rather taken aback. The experts of the dim radiant sect who are proficient in the dim radiant 12 arts that year were unable to escape this fate even if they were beneath the human exalt stage. The dim radiant wheel has yet to become an immortal artifact. Could it have such an effect? Yan Zhaoge said, I cannot be certain. Still, are the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord really so miraculous? Just knowing the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and leaving a shadow in his heart can illuminate us. I have never heard of the future Buddha possessing such tyrannical methods in over 10,000 years of existence. From his earlier exchange with Chao Jia already knew that he had some understanding of the current blessed lands of Buddhism. Therefore, he was not surprised to hear the name of the future Buddha. As Yan Zhaoge raised the doubts on his mind, Chao Jia said slowly, if not for this, the world beyond worlds would not have to restrict the circulation of news of the immortal court like it is guarding against snakes and scorpions. It is actually also because of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court that even news of Buddhism has been restricted. The immortal court and the blessed lands have many conflicts. While they are sworn enemies, they are essentially birds of a feather. Therefore, they have restricted the circulation of news together. Chao Jia raised his head slightly, saying, as for why the immeasurable heavenly Lord is so miraculous, I do not know either. Yan Di asked, when I met Chu Qing that year, let alone the human exalt stage, she was still far from even being a martial saint. Then, her situation is unique. Chao Jia said, there is a supreme treasure of her lineage which can ensure that she will not be illuminated just because she knows the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows lightly, oh, such a treasure is rare indeed. Half of the river diagram. Chao Jia nodded. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his palms together, no wonder then. The river diagram and the Luo book were supreme treasures of legend, leaving behind countless legends. It was just that they had long since vanished without a trace before the great calamity. Never would he have thought that his mother would actually possess half a river diagram. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently, my mother, or rather, the dim radiant emperor and my mother's grand master, the bright connection emperor, what exactly happened between them and the immortal court? It is a long story. Chao Jia's expression was rather complex. To put it simply, it is for one thing. Chapter 1050. This item is rumored to be known as the Heavenly Essence Stone. Chao Jia said slowly, I was only told of this after I had attained the human exalt stage. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both focused their gazes on the southeastern exalt Chao Jia. Chao Jia's tone was rather ethereal. It is said that the immeasurable heavenly Lord is searching for a treasure known as the Heavenly Essence Stone. If this treasure falls into his hands, not only would martial practitioners beneath the human exalt realm be illuminated just from hearing its name, even those above the human exalt realm, even those of our orthodox Taoism who have already pushed open the door to immortality, would not be safe. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows tightly. Heavenly Essence Stone, this name was foreign to him as well. Its name had not been circulated in the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity. Whether this news is true or just a rumor cannot be verified. Even now, it is still debated, Chao Jia continued. Still, there were people who believed it to be true back then. Yan Zhaoge said softly, the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. That's right. The dim radiant sect's expedition into extra-dimensional space that year was merely a feint, Chao Jia said. The dim radiant emperor's true goal was to try and find the Heavenly Essence Stone first. That was when the battle between Buddhism and the Immortal Court was at its most intense. Most of the Immortal Court's experts were locked in a fierce battle with Buddhism's experts, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha also restraining each other. In the end, the dim radiant emperor really did pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth, obtaining a fragment of the heavenly essence stone. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge basically understood. Still, the dim radiant emperor perished as a result. Chao Jia answered, "That's right, it is precisely so." While he perished, the fragment of the heavenly essence stone still did not fall into the hands of the immortal court. The immortal court was naturally unwilling to let it go, and the world beyond worlds suffered immense pressure as a result, paying a great price. It was said that the Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin and her descendant had obtained a fragment of the heavenly essence stone. Therefore, they had always been wanted by the world beyond worlds and the immortal court. On the other hand, some people of the immortal court also suspected that there were clues hidden within the remains of the dim radiant emperor in Tianxia. While those of the world beyond worlds were basically certain that the heavenly essence stone fragment was unrelated to the dim radiant mausoleum and the dim radiant wheel, those of the immortal court were not completely convinced. Therefore, those in the world beyond worlds had ignored the dim radiant wheel as they had warned their disciples not to get involved with it. We originally thought that your mother had accidentally obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment, so she got into trouble. Chao Jia looked at Yan Zhaoge. Still, it was probably because of your mother that you were able to obtain the dim radiant wheel. From the looks of it, the Bright Connection Emperor and the dim radiant emperor were accomplices in the matter that year. He let out a long sigh. The world beyond worlds keeps the Bright Connection Emperor a secret. I also know that she is ominous. I only know that many of her propositions are against the earthly sovereigns. From the looks of it, the main problem is the attitude towards the immortal court. After hearing this, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. So, the earthly sovereign's attitude towards the immortal court is to appease them? Chao Jia answered, not exactly appeasing, but His Majesty the earthly sovereign doesn't like to take risks. The great calamity caused our Taoism's three clear lineage to wither. It will not be easy for us to regain our vitality. Ever since the Kunlun 9 luminaries established the world beyond worlds, much has been sacrificed to achieve the current stable situation. Under the leadership of the three sovereigns, we have gradually regained our vitality in recent years, with the earthly sovereign playing a part in this. Yan Di raised his brows lightly. Still, if the rumors are true and the immeasurable heavenly Lord has gathered all the heavenly essence stone, wouldn't all this be for naught, vanishing into thin air in a single night? Chao Jia said mildly, the problem is that we cannot confirm whether the matter of the heavenly essence stone is true or not. The heavenly essence stone may indeed exist, and the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court indeed desire it greatly. Still, is its use really as the dim radiant emperor says? Chao Jia shook his head slowly. No one knows whether the dim radiant emperor acted out of righteousness or selfishness. Even if he selflessly sacrificed himself for our fellow Taoists, even destroying the Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect, no one can guarantee that he has not been deceived by others and made use of by them. He felt rather despondent. Therefore, while some support and acknowledge it, there are also those who reject it. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, suspecting that it was a trap set up by the immortal court. He exchanged glances with Yan Di, both father and son frowning. The dim radiant emperor in Tianxia's actions might have been selfless as he had sacrificed himself for righteousness. He could be said to have performed immeasurably virtuous deeds as the entire Orthodox Taoism's three clear lineage owed him a debt. Still, it could also be that he had found a dignified excuse for his own personal gain, implicating others due to his own selfish desires. In the end, he had taken a risk out of desperation, suffering the consequences of his actions in the end. What was more sinister was that this was a trap set up by the immortal court. With the dim radiant emperor in Tianxia having stepped into it, not only had he perished, the world beyond worlds had also fallen into a passive state. Sadly, it was very hard to verify this now. Therefore, this had become a rather controversial matter. Xue Chuqing, who was connected to the heavenly essence stone fragment, was in a worrying state as well. Whatever the intentions of the dim radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor, they had both foiled the immeasurable heavenly Lord's plans. Even if the dim radiant emperor had perished, this matter could not be considered settled, as it would still have to be borne by the world beyond worlds in the end. As the head of the three sovereigns, the earthly sovereign who held the leading position in the world beyond worlds decision-making, it was not important whether he believed the dim radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor. He still had to give the immortal court an explanation on the surface, at least. This was especially so when the whereabouts of the heavenly essence stone fragment which the dim radiant emperor had snatched away had always been unknown. Therefore, the dim radiant emperor's relic had become a taboo. The bright connection emperor who had always been hostile towards the immortal court had become a dark history of the world beyond worlds. Meanwhile, Xue Chuqing, who might have obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment, had been arrested. Still, it was precisely because this matter was rather controversial that the people of the world beyond worlds had differing opinions about it. Specifically speaking, there were those who were enthusiastic about the arrest of Xue Chuqing, some opposed it while others turned a blind eye to it. When Xue Chuqing had first fled, her cultivation base had still been very limited. It would not have been difficult for the peak figures to find her. Those with differing opinions would have held each other back, thus giving her the time and space to move about freely. While you have your relationship with the Sword Sovereign, if you really are reunited as a family, it is best for you to keep a low profile in the current situation, not letting any news of this leak out. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Chao Jie said earnestly, even if you obtain the dim radiant will, you should still be mentally prepared. This supreme treasure might bring you a calamity. The past few years have been when the conflict between the immortal court and Buddhism has been at its most intense, with no time to be distracted. Still, after the peak comes the trough. Now that the two sides are no longer fighting so intensely, the immortal court will have the time to pay attention to this side. With the Sword Sovereign present, the pressure on you will be reduced greatly. Still, you still cannot let your guard down. Knowing that the other party was speaking from experience, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly before asking, in your heart, you trust and respect the dim radiant emperor, right? Chao Jie's tone was calm, we are both of orthodox Taoism at the very least. Chapter 1051. Within the dim radiant mausoleum, the words disperse seemed to have traversed thousands of years. While there was some disappointment, there was no regret. In the lands of the Immortal Court, the silhouette had defeated the combined forces of two emperors of the Immortal Court with a single move. We are all cultivators. Severing the Tao to see our true selves. Thinking of that imposing black-clothed, white-robed, black-haired, white-browed figure, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought for a time. Even though he had not personally come into contact with him, even though everything had already become dust in the annals of history, he could still feel how arrogant he had been. People had many facets. Coming to a conclusion about a person based on a certain event at a certain time would inevitably be biased. Yan Zhaoge was currently unable to assess what kind of figure the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia was. Still, he had obtained the dim radiant wheel and his mother Xue Chuqing was involved, as he was naturally unable to stay out of this matter. The dim radiant emperor's death is already an indisputable fact. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, then, what about my mother's grand master, the bright connection emperor? Chao Jie said, as compared to the dim radiant emperor, there is even less news about the bright connection emperor. I am not sure if she is dead or still alive, but I can be sure that she has long since left the world beyond worlds. This was in line with what the northeastern exalt Lu Xinggu had said that year. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently before suddenly asking, then, what about the bright connection emperor's disciple, my mother's master? Chao Jie answered, I heard that she is already dead. Still, I do not know the specifics. That year, she was also captured and may have perished in the process of fleeing. Still, the whereabouts of the heavenly essence stone fragment are still unknown. Thus, it was your mother's turn to follow in her footsteps. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged glances, no longer speaking. It was uncertain whether the dim radiant emperor had obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment for justice or for personal gain that year. Similarly, it was hard to say whether those who were hunting Xue Chuqing were interested in the heavenly essence stone fragment. A treasure that the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court valued so much and had been entangled with for 1,000 years would definitely be valuable, whatever its actual use. After thanking the southeastern exalt Chao Jia, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di returned to their lodgings. On the way, Yan Di said slowly, "If you are right and junior apprentice nephew Sikong is indeed related to Chuqing, it might be related to the heavenly essence stone fragment. But there is one suspicious point." Yan Zhaoge pondered as he said, "There are so many people who look like junior apprentice sister Sikong." Still, we have drawn more attention. The Eastern Exalt has just returned in defeat here. He will definitely be paying close attention to this. It is fine for others to see junior apprentice sister Sikong, but if he sees her and knows that she is a disciple of our Broad Creed Mountain, it is hard to say that he will not associate her with something. Yan Di frowned, "Yet, she has been wronged." Yan Zhaoge said, "It is still better than being targeted and abducted. Knowing who the other party is, it is fine if they come to ask for her. What is most frightening is that they do not know who it is, not being able to find her even if they wanted to." Li Cheng of remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale had been abducted by him, Yan Zhaoge. The Eastern Exalt had not even known who had done it, as he had thought that Li Cheng had perished in Xue Chuqing's old residence like his other disciples. Yan Zhaoge would not be able to laugh if he had been abducted by his enemies. He stroked his lower chin. "Perhaps we can set up a trap for them." "It is just that junior apprentice sister Sikong would be wrong that way." Yan Di said, "Forget about setting up a trap. Since that is so, junior apprentice niece Sikong should remain on the mountain. She is wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao and is proficient in it as well. I have actually always wanted her to take over the martial inheritance hall in the future. If she becomes the first seat elder of the martial inheritance hall now, it would be no different from exposing herself to everyone's gazes. Still, it is fine for her to manage the internal affairs of the martial inheritance hall." Yan Di made his decision. Junior apprentice sister Fu can just give her the title of first seat elder of the martial inheritance hall. He swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Instead, "How are your preparations going? You will be leaving very soon." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "My personal preparations are more or less complete. Still, whether I can succeed or not will still depend on how things turn out after I have gone to Kunlun Mountain." Everyone was guessing what Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain would do next. Still, he and the sect would not actually be acting together after this. Yan Di would be presiding over the sect's development plans as they would officially head for the southern Blazing Heaven territory. With Yan Zhaoge's foundation in the Dynasty River region at Circumference Mountain and the eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, it would be much easier. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge himself would be heading to the central June Heaven territory's Kunlun Mountain along with Nie Jingshan and Wang Pu. On one hand, it was to secretly search for his mother, Xue Chuqing. On the other hand, Yan Zhaoge had some ideas that he intended to try out. Instead, the latest news from Ingenious Flying Peak is that the Brocade Emperor who stood us up seems to have yet to return. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly. "I really wonder what exactly he is busy with." Chapter 1052. While in the previous battle of the opening ceremony, Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had successfully resolved the crisis, with the interference of the Sword Sovereign having caused their enemies to flee in a sorry state, even not daring to make a comeback. Still, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, who had originally said that he would personally come to Broad Creed Mountain to offer his congratulations, was still nowhere to be seen all the way till the end of the ceremony. If one really had to say, an emperor having graced a sect with merely 2 immortal bridge martial saints in coming to watch over it was indisputably giving this sect an immense amount of face, sufficient to cause it to feel deeply grateful. Even if he changed his mind, no one would think that it was inappropriate. When the difference in status between the two parties reached a certain extent, many rules and etiquette were no longer applicable. No matter how insignificant the personal affairs of an immortal sect's great emperor was, it was still a huge matter to the human world. It was normal to give up the big and take the small. If it were any other power and the Brocade Emperor had not come, they would most likely feel that it was only right and proper in the eyes of others, as they would not feel that it was disrespectful of them. However, the problem was that Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had already proven that they were far from being able to be measured by conventional standards. In the battle of the opening ceremony, he had resisted the Heaven Emperor and slain the Southern Exalt, further solidifying this matter. Even though he had been able to cause the Heaven Emperor to return empty-handed, that did not mean that he would be able to stand against the Brocade Emperor. However, the strength and potential displayed by Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were also sufficient for even an emperor to not underestimate them. This was especially so when compared to the female emperor Jie Mingkong, who had personally come to Broad Creed Mountain to assist them in battle. The Brocade Emperor's failure to keep his promise was even more glaring. The representatives of Ingenious Flying Peak who came to congratulate him felt like they were sitting on pins and needles at the opening ceremony. Not having seen the Brocade Emperor even after the ceremony had ended, they were virtually too ashamed to show their faces. Not daring to linger any longer, they hurriedly congratulated Broad Creed Mountain before taking their leave. These Ingenious Flying Peak martial practitioners wanted to ascertain the whereabouts of the Brocade Emperor the most. While the Brocade Emperor was carefree and easygoing, he had never been someone who went back on his word. This matter was clearly abnormal. Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Yuan Jingfeng and the others, however, were not dissatisfied with this. It is not that the Brocade Emperor went back on his word. It is likely that there is a reason for this, some other inside story. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Zhuang Shen, Lang Qing, Daoist One Heaven and Lian Zilin were initially brimming with confidence as they were completely unbridled. Combined with some information that they occasionally revealed, it seems like they are certain that the Brocade Emperor will definitely not be able to arrive, at least not in time. Yan Di nodded, with the Brocade Emperor having previously stated that he would be attending our sect's opening ceremony. The other party naturally views him as their greatest obstacle. While the Heaven Emperor will also be coming, if the Brocade Emperor does not show up, in their eyes, the Heaven Emperor is unstoppable and they will definitely win. They do not know that you have prepared the Earth Mother Dao ritual, much less that senior apprentice brother Yu has made arrangements for it. If they want to play any tricks, they would naturally target the Brocade Emperor first. The fact that the Brocade Emperor has yet to arrive is probably a ploy of theirs. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. At first, I thought that there were two possibilities. Firstly, something has happened to Fu Ting, who had been to the Immortal Court with me and is currently in secluded cultivation at Red Lotus Cliff. The Brocade Emperor was forced to return to Kunlun Mountain. Secondly, Zhuang Shen and the others contacted Mars Halberd, requesting his help in obstructing the Brocade Emperor. Yet, news from Ingenious Flying Peak after the opening ceremony had been that the Brocade Emperor had not returned after leaving and there had been no abnormalities with Fu Ting either. If he had been obstructed by Mars Halberd, with so much time having passed, even if the Brocade Emperor had not been able to arrive in time to participate in the opening ceremony, there should still have been news of him by now. After all, with an immortal artifact in hand, the Brocade Emperor was stronger than Mars Halberd. While Mars Halberd could obstruct him for a time, it would be very difficult for him to do so for a long period of time. Father and son exchanged glances, both shaking their heads helplessly. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he thought, perhaps there is a third possibility. I was wondering why the roving Jade Heavens would send the Immortal Trapping Sword manual back then. Now, I finally know the reason. Yan Di changed the topic. At that time, the main opponent that Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had faced had been the Grand Xian dynasty. The peak expert of the Grand Xian dynasty had been Shenlingzi. While his whereabouts had been unknown for many years, no news of his death had spread. If the two sides were to battle, Shenlingzi would definitely return to the royal Reed Sea. Meanwhile, the Immortal Trapping Sword could precisely counter the time-flowing sword of Shenlingzi's lineage. Afterwards, it had been proven that Shenlingzi, Daoist Shi, King Xuancheng and the other experts had indeed returned to the royal Reed Sea. In the end, Yan Zhaoge had consecutively slain two immortal bridge martial saints, Kong Ping and Shen Lingzi, the immortal trapping sword having played a crucial role. Through Nye Jingshan and Bai Tao, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di finally learned of their relationship with the roving Jade Heavens. The Dragon Spring Emperor Long Xingquan, who had resided in the roving Jade Heavens for 1,000 years, was precisely the junior apprentice brother of Yan Di's father, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang. Meanwhile, one of the roving Jade Heavens' two supreme sovereigns, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, who was also the wife of the Dragon Spring Emperor and the great-grandmother of Gao Qing whom Yan Zhaoge had met that year, was the senior apprentice sister of Yan Di's mother, the Purple Ji Emperor Di Qingmian. Thinking of this legendary couple of eldest apprentice brother marrying little apprentice sister and little apprentice brother marrying eldest apprentice sister, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di smiled inwardly as they also sighed in admiration. Unlike the sword sovereign Yu Zhenbei, who was often absent from the world beyond worlds previously, the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor were both in the roving Jade Heavens. They were clearly aware of Yan Xintang and his wife's arrangements regarding Yan Di that year. Therefore, after discovering that Yan Di had appeared in the world beyond worlds, he had secretly paid attention to him. He had even sent the immortal trapping sword over that year, helping Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that with the Heaven Emperor suppressing Broad Creed Mountain in this time's opening ceremony, it would not be good for them to openly lend a hand. The relationship between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was currently not harmonious. If they made a move, it would very easily lead to the world beyond worlds uniting against outsiders, causing Broad Creed Mountain's situation to worsen. However, with the sword sovereign present, the Dragon Spring Emperor and his wife were not worried. The southwestern Exalt Bai Tao instead hinted vaguely that he hoped that Yan Di and Yan Di would try their best not to come into contact with the roving Jade Heavens. Even if we don't talk about our relationship, just the immortal trapping sword manual back then is enough for us to owe Uncle Master Long a favor. Yan Di said, senior apprentice Uncle Long and his wife are concerned about us. We should also find a chance to pay a visit to the roving Jade Heavens in return. As for what happens in the future, we can talk about that in the future. Yan Zhaoge said, you are right. It is precisely this principle. While the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was tense, it had not reached the point where they were irreconcilable enemies. The fact that one of the Dragon Spring Emperor's descendants could conceal their identity and return to live in the world beyond worlds at the same time was proof of this. It will not be easy for you to lead the sect. Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying, I am relatively free. I should find a chance to contact the people of the roving Jade Heavens and go take a look. Speaking of which, the Shadow Mountain Sword King took care of me quite a bit in the past. It was not that they could not move around. Still, they had to do so covertly. Yan Di nodded, yes, just remember this. In the central June Heaven territory, atop Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Qilin Cliff, an old man was currently gazing calmly towards the southeast. It was precisely the Earth Exalt Wang Jingcheng. He tilted his head slightly, saying slowly, set off. After all, while Qin Kuanhua was a renowned young expert of the world beyond worlds, he could not compare to the Exalts, let alone the Heaven Emperor. Even these bigwigs had been defeated at Broad Creed Mountain and the southern Exalt Zhuangshen had even lost his life. It was only natural that Qin Kuanhua would remain silent as he would not be a laughingstock. Perhaps if his elder brother, the upper Exalt Qin Qianhua, had come, there might still be some suspense in this matter. However, after the female emperor, Nye Jingshan, Bai Tao and Wang Pu had appeared and the relationship between the Yan family and the Sword Emperor had been revealed, everyone felt that even if the upper Exalt had descended, he probably wouldn't have been able to change the final result. There was no need to talk about earthly young master. Some even felt that he was probably considering how to get on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, improving their relationship. Therefore, Chen Kuanhua's performance during the ceremony was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, after the ceremony had ended, Chen Kuanhua, who had seemed normal all along, had suddenly become slightly abnormal. He did not head north to return to the central June Heaven territory, instead heading south, arriving at the southern region of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory's Duckweed Sea. Even with his cultivation base of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, Chen Kuanhua dared not lightly tread upon the duckweed down below. Even the feather of a goose would instantly sink to the bottom of the water of the Duckweed Sea. Something as small as a speck of dust would similarly be unable to avoid it. Chen Kuanhua flew all the way until a massive island appeared before him. Only then did he descend. This was the headquarters of a major sect of the Duckweed Sea, Overgrown Jade Island. Overgrown Jade Island could be considered the most flourishing power of the Duckweed Sea, its chief having reached the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, as he was a hegemon of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Overgrown Jade Island had many disciples, experts as numerous as the clouds. While they were within the Duckweed Sea, they had never lost their vigilance. While it seemed peaceful on the surface, it was tight on the inside, as it was naturally heavily guarded. It was just that Chen Kuanhua clearly did not take all of this to heart. As he walked, the martial practitioners of Overgrown Jade Island seemed to ignore him, as they were completely unable to detect his existence. If those familiar with the situation of Overgrown Jade Island saw this, they would gradually find it strange. This was because the strongest martial practitioner on the island was currently only a seeing divinity martial saint. The 3 immortal bridge martial saints who were the true leaders of the sect were nowhere to be seen. Chen Kuanhua did not find this strange in the slightest as he passed through courtyards and arrived at the back mountain of Overgrown Jade Island. This was where the peak experts of Overgrown Jade Island entered secluded cultivation. Chen Kuanhua opened a sealed cave manner as if he was very familiar with it, entering within. It was just that after entering, Chen Kuanhua was no longer so casual, as he instead became extremely vigilant. This was because he was going to meet someone soon. If he could, Chen Kuanhua actually really did not wish to have dealings with that person. Even if they had grown up together. Even if he had been able to move about the world beyond worlds so easily all these years, more than half of it had been because of that person. Still, Chen Kuanhua still maintained a respectful distance from that person. Still, he had to meet him this time. As he walked into the depths of the cave manor, an obscene sound instantly resounded from within. Chen Kuanhua was naturally no stranger to this sound, as he knew that it was the matter of a man and a woman getting together. Passing through the corridor and arriving at a secluded room in the depths of the cave manor, Chen Kuanhua's eyes lighting up. Stone tables and chairs were simply placed within the secluded room. Apart from that, however, there was an additional chair that was clearly not of this place, instead having been brought in from outside. A man sat in the chair, leaning lazily against the back of the chair as he looked listless, unable to raise his spirits at all. This was a youth who looked to be around 20 years old, garbed in purple. He bore some resemblance to the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua. It was shockingly the current #1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua. Still, this heavenly young master, the head of the 10 exalts, looked rather dispirited and unkempt. While he could be considered handsome, he was still not as radiant as his younger brother Chen Kuanhua. It was just that the glamorous earthly young master was currently standing obediently by the side. That obscene voice that bewitched one's mind and caused one's imagination to run wild still resounded unceasingly. It came from next door. Listening carefully, one would discover that whether it was the male or female voice, depression, pain and even fury were mixed amidst the extreme joy. The purple-clothed youth did not mind it at all as he finally swiveled his head to look at his brother, asking lazily, "You've returned?" He looked at people from the corner of his eyes as if everyone owed him 200 coins. Chen Kuanhua answered earnestly, "Yes, big brother. Let's wait for a while. I'm almost done here. If this still doesn't work, I won't be in the mood to find a 9th-level martial saint to continue." The purple-clothed youth waved his hand. Chen Kuanhua bowed slightly, standing quietly by the side as he accompanied that purple-clothed youth in waiting. Chapter 1054. The passion in the room next door finally reached its peak. The purple-clothed youth who was seated on the wooden armchair felt slightly more spirited as he stood up and walked towards the stone room next door. Chen Kuanhua was expressionless as he followed behind him, arriving next door as well. It was currently a mess here as both sides were still entangled. The man was a middle-aged man who looked rather mighty. It was just that his face was currently filled with defeat and despondency. If the numerous overgrown Jade Island martial practitioners outside saw this, they would probably be greatly shocked. This middle-aged man was clearly the chief of their overgrown Jade Island. An 8th-level martial saint, a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, he was a leading figure in this region of the Duckweed Sea as he reigned supreme over a region. Yet, he was like a marionette now as his body was completely out of his control. Seeing the upper exalt Chen Qianhua and his brother enter, infinite fury surged within his dazed eyes. Yet, he was helpless to do anything. He swiveled his head to look at the woman over there, feeling even more embarrassed and furious. That woman clearly seemed to be unable to control herself at this moment as well. Still, her appearance was vastly different from that of ordinary people. While her figure was graceful and enticing, streaks of crimson light circulated on her purple skin, forming dazzling, strange devilish patterns that caused one's mind to shake. There were no sclera or pupils visible within her eyes. There was only pitch black within her eye sockets. Yet, it was precisely such a pair of eyes that emanated a devilish charm as one was drawn within, unable to extricate themselves. This woman's entire body emanated an extreme charm which was a concept that ordinary women of the mortal realm would never be able to achieve. While she was clearly not seductive in any way and her appearance was filled with evil, there was an endless charm to it. This attraction seemed to directly affect one's soul, making it hard for one to stabilize their minds even if they wanted to. Looking at this woman, the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua sighed inwardly. 9 underworld true devils are indeed unique in their own ways. The chief of overgrown Jade Island's face was ashen as he wished he could die from embarrassment and fury. This woman before him was shockingly a devil that originated from the 9 underworlds. Also, she was an extremely powerful 9 underworlds true devil. Even without the power of bewitching, her strength was sufficient to battle immortal bridge martial saints. The devils of the 9 underworlds were of all shapes and sizes, possessing infinite variations. There were those who made people mad, and there were those who made people addicted. This evil woman could confuse people's minds and lead them to mate with her. She could take away their essence energy in an instant and wither away their life force. However, she was also quite angry at this moment. Within the bewitching aura, the evil, ferocious, ice-cold, and chaotic feeling became more and more obvious, almost suppressing the extreme charm, revealing that her current state of mind was also unstable. During the fusion process just now, her power was also suppressed, and she was unable to take away the man's essence. He could only accept it helplessly, just like a normal couple. In the end, he still had to bear the man's life essence. When he thought of this, the overgrown Jade Island's All-Master wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. For a martial artist like him who refined essence into chi, if he didn't want to, he wouldn't have any descendants. However, he had been tricked by someone just now and could only watch helplessly as he was reduced to a complete mess. All of this was because of this violet-clothed young man before him. Chen Qianhua ignored the fiery gaze of the overgrown Jade Island Lord and looked at the evil woman instead. Her bewitching charm was like non-existent to him. After a few glances, he became listless once more. She didn't get pregnant. It looks like the union between humans and devils cannot give birth normally. His younger brother Chen Kuanhua sighed. Didn't you already try it with the other 2 immortal bridge martial saints of this overgrown Jade Island earlier, big brother? Chen Qianhua had a disappointed look on his face. I still have to try it a few more times. Why is big brother so obsessed with this matter? What is so strange about humans giving birth to children? There has been far more than a single case of humans and demons giving birth since ancient times. Chen Qianhua said casually, however, humans and devils of the 9 underworlds have never given birth to offspring. This still piques my interest a little. Chen Kuanhua smiled bitterly. Everyone knew that besides fallen devils of other races, the devils of the 9 underworlds were naturally born from the evil chi of the 9 underworlds. There were no offspring born from the union of yin and yang between devils either. He could not help but ask, why is Big Brother always fond of doing such troublesome yet meaningless things? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Kuanhua actually regretted it. However, the purple-clothed youth before him did not seem to mind as he casually answered, because I find it interesting. You should know how precious things that are interesting are. With the world being so boring, I can only find some entertainment for myself. He left that room without even looking back. The chief of overgrown Jade Island and that female devil were completely thrown to the back of his mind as he no longer cared about them at all. Behind him, Chen Kuanhua sighed once more. His big brother was still the same. Still, he could not leave him be. As his cultivation base and strength grew, his big brother who had always done as he pleased was doing more and more ridiculous things. If this went on, however much the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cherished talent, they would probably feel fearful and dissatisfied. The titles of the Heavenly Young Master and the Upper Exalt should still be as glorious as possible in order to gain the recognition of most people. Whatever was going on inside, he had to at least put on a good show on the surface. That way, it would be more convenient for him as the earthly young master. Chen Kuanhua shook his head. He did not leave immediately as he instead came before the chief of overgrown Jade Island and that female devil. Soundlessly, a palm rose and fell. Both human and devil had lost their lives. Devils would be reborn in the 9 underworlds, but that was of no importance. As long as they could no longer speak, it was already enough. Only now did Chen Kuanhua leave the stone room. He saw his elder brother seated lazily on the wooden armchair once more. Chen Qianhua was naturally aware of what his younger brother had done. Still, he did not care. Whether he killed or not, he did not care. How did it go when you went to that Broad Creed mountain? He's stronger than I expected. Chen Kuanhua narrated in detail what had happened at Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony. Chen Qianhua listened lazily. Only when he heard about the Earth Mother Tao ritual, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud and Yendi's background did his eyes light up slightly. Unexpectedly interesting. I like it. The purple-clothed youth smiled, standing up and stretching lazily. It's been a long time since I've met such interesting people. If not for the fact that I have something I'm even more interested in, I really want to go and play with them. Hearing his words, Chen Kuanhua looked at his elder brother who smiled mysteriously. Weren't you wondering why the Brocade Emperor has yet to arrive? Was it your doing, big brother? No, it was Zhuangshen's doing. Chen Qianhua's thoughts wandered. Zhuangshen has been bored his entire life. Who would have thought that he would actually do something so interesting right before his death? A pity that I did not notice it earlier. Otherwise, I would have gone to that Broad Creed mountain to save him. There might be even more pleasant surprises in the future. Chen Kuanhua felt rather curious now as well. What exactly happened to the Brocade Emperor? Chen Qianhua smiled. He's gone mad. Chen Kuanhua was stunned on the spot. You didn't expect this, did you? Chen Qianhua laughed loudly. I didn't expect this either. That is why it's interesting. How can I not go and take a look at this? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.